say, is sustainable. The other source of debt is, I believe, our trade balance. We import goods worth $6 billion. We export worth $2 billion. Cheo gives us $1 billion. So we need to be with IMF to sustain our annual imports. Is there a problem there? What are we importing? If you go to the tax park, there are some strings, there are a lot of things, a lot of nonsense imported in this country. Mr. PSST, if we're going to import everything that we can even produce here, there's a problem. There's a very big problem. So how do we manage our import bill? Because as we borrow money, as IMF extends us some money to be able to sustain our imports, we are increasing our debt. So to me, these are the two major points to really look at. That if we can't, we need to collect more taxes, but where are they? Can we create more capacity to generate tax? Can we put our attention on that? Can we put our attention to increasing our exports and possibly reducing on the imports that we are bringing in? Can we look at trade in the region? Why does Kenya not take our maize? This country is said, there's been a story all along that we have capacity to feed the region. We have capacity to feed the region. What have we done about it? I would like to thank my colleague, Dr. Muza. I think there is some study going on in these areas to see really, do we have that capacity? Or it's just something we talk about. Does this country have that capacity? Because if you go to the ideological issues, you may never export. We shall sit around and talk, but we shall never export. If you go to the ideological issues, why African countries cannot export, why there is never a level playing ground. Why does Germany have exports from coffee worth 4 or 8 billion? You could Google it annually, and they don't produce coffee. And our earnings, 400 million. I think last year we did very well, $800 million. Why does Germany export coffee? These are protocols we've signed. And now and again, I believe Germany gives us some money to improve the growth of coffee, maybe some $500,000, $1 million. So that aspect of our ability to export is a problem. We cannot export in certain areas. I think the old agreement we had with SCP, European Union, and Africa was that if we exported coffee, the tax imposed would be about 200%. But if we exported heavy equipment, there would be no tax. Uganda exporting heavy equipment, Europe, no tax. But if you export processed coffee, they'll charge you 200% tax on the coffee. Now, these are issues which we must really look at. That yes, we shall forever have this debt around us because of some of these agreements that we've signed, which we have to sign, by the way. It's not very easy to get out of them. And the other point is, what are we using the money for? What are we using this money that we borrow? Where is it going? What is it doing? Does it have the capacity to create revenues, for instance? Are we borrowing to put money into social programs? Or are we borrowing to put money into programs that can also generate revenue subsequently? These are issues to really think about. They are not, we cannot solve all of them in a morning's discussion. I think, and to me, they need research. They need to be researched into so that we actually find out what is the truth behind what we are doing. You know. So, yes, the debt is there. We must contract it because we are poor, we don't have the money. But also something that amazes me, the first lectures I had in economics were that banks create credit. You know, I'm sure all of you economics know this, that when you put money into the bank, people come and borrow it. Now, we are putting money where? Where are we putting our money? And who is that creating the credit? These are issues to really think about. Can't be solved here. They are good for research and good to talk about from the ideological perspective. The solutions lie in Africa coming together. If you won't come together to have collective action as African countries, you shall perpetually be in debt. I think the Parliament of Uganda yesterday passed a law about homosexuality. The American president has been abusing it, the former president has been abusing it, but we heard that, I saw something that the American government is saying, Uganda, you won't get aid unless if you repeal that law. Or, you know. Now, collective action is that if this is in the interest of Africa, why can't Africans come together to talk about it and resolve it and be firm on it? There's something with trade. If we cannot come together as African countries to put our foot together and say, yes, this is what we should do, these are the kind of agreements we must sign, we shall forever be in debt. So debt sustainability is really simply about, are you able to generate sufficient revenues to pay back this debt? So from our annual tax collection of about 23 trillion, we are not able to. Because I believe possibly out of that 23 trillion, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 6 or so may go to debt repayment. You know, so we must have increased that capacity to produce revenues internally in terms of business. You know, and I must say, we have too much regulation around. Regulation prevents business. You will not get taxes the way we are over-regulating business. Yesterday, I think I saw Cabinet has approved, has said schools should not pay, should not collect money for uniforms or for food. I think leave the private sector to do its act. There is too much regulation around and it is not benefiting you as Ugandans. You know, it's not allowing businesses to grow. So you will not have taxes collected unless if you really enable businesses to grow. So I want to enjoy the discussion this morning. My views at times are a bit controversial, but it's all right. Controversy creates money, you know. So where are we borrowing the money from? And I said we have capacity to borrow the money, but we cannot borrow it internally. You know, you will have a lot of problems. If you see the case of Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe was a much better off country than ourselves. But, you know, once they went offline, that's what happened. The country became a basket case. You know, so there are many, many limitations to what we are able to do. And I hope that we can research into these areas to see whether, what exactly do we need to do to be able to meet the issues about to develop the country, get rid of poverty. You know, if this debt should go to changing lives. This debt should go to improving the standards of living of the people in this country. but is that where it is going? So you raise other issues. What happens to this debt? How much of it actually goes down to do what it is supposed to do? Those are important points to think about. I'd like to wish you a wonderful day. I hope you enjoy the discussions, and may God bless you all.
Thank you, Professor. We can give Professor another round of applause. Very interesting points there, Professor. I must say that controversy works for us in the media world. So, but of course not for business journalists. We like facts. And today's engagement and dialogue is really looking at getting the facts. And very interesting takeaways from that submission, because what I read from Professor is that we got to do a lot on domestic revenue mobilization as a strategy towards sustaining the debt. And when he mentioned the aspect of trade, imports vis-a-vis exports, I thought about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and whether our policies and what we are doing is actually speaking to that. But again, I'm sure that will come through. He mentioned the issue of regulation, which is key in actually enabling businesses to thrive and good wiggle room. And at this point, I would like to invite Julius. Julius has been quite an advocate of good regulation and a good business environment, and also ensuring that there is value for money in the implementation of the budget. Julius, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy that we gathered here today to discuss matters of debt and development. And again, happy that I can see very, very important people here who really will take some of this message back home. I would like really to thank everybody here to come to discuss this theme on how public debt in Uganda is sustainable. But most importantly, like our moderator said, we are not going to come here to start lamenting. PS, today we are going to give you solutions on how we can be more sustainable. But most importantly, I would like to allay a few fears. Number one is that in most cases when civil society are talking, people have said, civil society, you talk, you don't have evidence. Today, we decided to partner with Makerere University Business School because we believe they're going to give us evidence. We have also said when we want to refute information that academicians provide information and it gathers dust in their boardrooms. Today, we are saying MOOB is also partnering with a civil society that is going to run an evidence-based advocacy. But we have also bashed the government into that you are not part of Muntu Awansi. We have partnered with Ministry of Finance. So we have this tripartite arrangement that can help us discuss candidly the matters of this country, like debt. I will therefore not dare go to deal with how debt is, the portfolio, how big it is, and how small it is, because the numbers are there to say. But we know well that it is getting heavier. And as such, we need solutions. And I have a few solutions. First and foremost, for me, is that we need to discuss debt in totality. We have only discussed debt and only do it very heavily on the debt to GDP ratio. Everybody now knows about that. But we forget that there are other parameters that we need to discuss in terms of understanding how heavy our debt is and how sustainable it is. For example, is that issues like domestic interest servicing to domestic revenue, excluding grants, we need to discuss this. discuss that one and know that currently we are 24% against our benchmark of 12%. We also need to know that the ratio of total debt service to total government expenditure is at 19.1% against our 10% benchmark. Having all the benchmark understood by all of us gives us a critical idea to understand how heavy it is and therefore the need to quicken the process of addressing this particular burden. The other important element, the second one for me is, and where it even gets controversial, is to cut our costs if we want to be sustainable. When I read the Auditor General's report, I found out that some contracts were cancelled, and the first reaction was, how could they do that? Why? But as you go further, he tells you that over the last 5 years, we spent across 359 billion in commitment fees. Then it dawned on me very quickly that probably if we had cancelled this non-performing loan 3 years ago, these fees would have actually dropped down. So it's not for the faint-hearted. If you have a non-performing government contract, to cancel it. And for me, I applaud that one now, that any non-performing contract, please get it out of our system and our books. It creates more fiscal space, but also it's going to reduce on the commitment fees that we are paying. So we need that too, to ensure that the projects we have are performing. The other element I think we need to look out for is on debt planning. I very well know that negotiating for loans takes a very long time. That it would need that by now we should have finished negotiations to finance loans for the next financial year. I don't know where we are now in terms of negotiating loans for the next financial year. We need to be negotiating loans for the next 2 financials to come to enable us ensure that monies are available to execute our projects on budget, but also on time. So these delayed negotiations also lead to us not having enough money to execute our budgets, and then we end up rushing to borrow domestically because of the cash flow problems. So debt planning is very critical to know that this financial year we've finished negotiations, we are remaining for a signature to sign, and the money can also come in. But also it helps us to know where to borrow from, how much money we need, and of course, at what cost. Today, I'm also going to be a very key listener, but as I conclude, one of the way forward we are proposing as our tripartite agreement arrangement is that these deliberations should not just end for today. We should continue to have this deliberation on an annual basis. PSST, it is our wish that this arrangement stays on, because we know that the National Budget Framework paper has already been discussed by Parliament. We know that the second budget called Sakira has already also been issued, and Parliament is beginning to discuss the next financial year budget. It is therefore a right opportunity that on an annual basis, this gathering, we come here to discuss debt and development in this country. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Julius. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, please allow me to kindly invite the PSST to come and address us. I will give him a round of applause as he comes.
Thank you very much, moderator. I rarely now see rooms as full to capacity as this one. Thank you for coming. I must be having some honorable members of parliament. I call them our landlords, because for us we are servants. The senior government officials, our development partners with whom we work to have very informed conversations of this nature based on facts, academia, my colleagues. I've seen a number of professors from Makerere University Business School, Professor Wasovalunywa. I've seen Professor Isali. I've seen my good friends I used to teach with at MOOBS. Wave to all of those are very good friends of mine. And our researchers who keep giving us very good data, members of civil society, the private sector, bankers, talk of capital market gurus, talk of our manufacturers, our farmers, all of you, the taxpayers of this republic. Good morning to you. I am very delighted to come here and preside over this inaugural debate, inaugural dialogue on our debt and development policy, where we hope to have a very candid conversation with all of you, the stakeholders, relating to our public debt in Uganda. You know, at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we produce statutory documents, a lot of them. And one of them is debt sustainability analysis report, among so many other documents related to debt. These are regular documents. They are anchored in our legal regulatory frameworks. We publish them. But I often see debates which are not based on facts, which are not based on these nuanced data. So when we published this latest DSA, I talked to my good friends at MOOBS, the MOOBS Economic Forum, which I used to head when I was at MOOBS, and also to my Department of Macroeconomic Policy, headed by Dr. Musisi Albert, and a number of other people, that we need to have conversations of this nature so that these documents are very well communicated to the average person, for all of us to understand where we are, because all of us, this is our country, nobody has a better share of it. We need to have full information. Therefore, the people who are invited to this event have been chosen from a diverse background so that we can enrich this discussion, get different opinions from different perspectives. Our hope and prayer is that we will receive ideas on how we can do things differently from perhaps the way we are doing them, so that our nation, our people can get the best out of all of us. In the spirit of increasing the level of participation, we have also decided to conduct this conversation using a hybrid format, with some participants here, where we are, but also the entire country, and perhaps also outside the country can join us via television and also virtually using video conferencing platforms and social media. As you are aware, COVID-19 affected us as an economy, like it affected everybody else around the world. Our real GDP fell to about 3% in 2019-20. 3% growth is among the lowest Uganda has experienced in the recent times. Because just a year before COVID hit, our economy was growing at 6.4%. This reduction in economic activity affected our capacity to collect revenue, and we experienced some significant shortfalls in our revenue collection. Yet at the same time, the pandemic required us to spend more money to keep Ugandans alive. We needed to respond on both economic as well as health fronts, and that required some good amount of money. I see there is a conversation in Parliament now on how that money was spent. But as the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, we had to mobilize resources from alternative sources so that we can provide them to government institutions to keep all of us alive. And I think they achieved that by and large. That's why we are here. In many other societies, they were devastated. Some are still actually grappling with COVID. Now, to respond to these competing challenges, we don't have revenue, enough revenue, because the economy is locked down, and yet you need more money to spend on all of those things which you know very well, which we did. Uganda, like many other countries around the world, almost all of them, we increased our borrowing levels. We therefore saw an increase in public debt from 41% of GDP in June 2020 to 48.4% in June 2022. Despite this increase, it's important for us to note that our debt, our public debt, remains below those of our peer countries, and also it's quite below the threshold. We are below countries around us. I don't want to go into mentioning them. They will be presented by those who don't mind about diplomatic relations. These days I am a diplomat. But I wanted to tell you and assure you that our debt levels are much lower than a number of them. Not by chance, but by deliberate policy of government to borrow sustainably. Our debt sustainability analysis report, which we publish every year, shows that the debt is sustainable and is projected to reduce in the medium term. This finding is mirrored by debt sustainability report, which is jointly published by IMF and the World Bank. So these numbers which you are seeing we will present later, they don't just sit in a floor number 8 and they start to type them around. No. These are numbers which are researched and also quality assured by our multilateral big brothers. This is not to say that we do not have issues of concern, simply because we are saying we are sustainable. We have issues of concern as far as our debt is concerned. First, our risk rating deteriorated from a rating of low prior to COVID now to moderate. This is still better than a number of our neighbors whose risk rating is high. They have high levels of risk to default. We are moderate. Going forward, therefore, we expect our public debt to decline, and we are not basing that on chance again. We are putting in place a number of strategies to manage the debt. We are squarely in a mode of fiscal consolidation as a country by ensuring that we get back a growth on track. After the pandemic, we need to facilitate growth and wealth creation, as well as transformation. We are looking at effective tax revenue mobilization so that we can collect more revenue to finance our development agenda, as opposed to relying heavily on borrowing. We are also increasing our caution. We have already been trying, but we are increasing the caution on the expenditure side as government. How do we spend money? Well, right now we're in the debating period, in the mid actually, or towards the tail end. And the budget of next year, we are grappling with where more to cut. Some of my budget people are about to cut their fingers, but we must cut the budget so that we fit in the resources that we have. That's what we are doing. By repurposing the budget from those areas which, because my good friend Julius was asking, where are we spending the money that we borrow? I think also Professor. I want to assure you we are spending the money that we borrow on those things which are going to create transformation for this country. Infrastructure gap must be bridged. We need this electricity. A few years ago, we are all Ugandans, most of us. There are a few foreigners. We are not novices to this country. A few years ago, I couldn't finish this speech before power has gone off like 3 times, or when the generator is not making noise out there. Now we take for granted those ones because we have invested in there. The road infrastructure, building the 2 dams, building transmission lines and substations. We have put money in revamping our meter gauge railway. We are now going to start on the standard gauge railway. I know there are so many debates we have in the country. People will debate this and that. But you know, a landlocked country like Uganda has no chance of actually able to transforming its economy without a functional railway line to ferry this cargo at competitive rates. Because we talk of export, we want to export. How will you export when we don't? So these are the things, some of the things we are are borrowing at. Therefore, the fiscal consolidation agenda going forward, you can summarize it in about 3 things and 1 major outcome. We are working as government to mobilize more revenue. Please support us to ensure that we get more revenue. We are among those countries in the world with the lowest tax revenue effort. We want to improve that. We are reducing on the pace at which we have been borrowing, particularly non-concessional debt. We are reducing that pace. Number 3, we are reducing government expenditure by rationalizing it to ensure that it is contained within those areas that are productive. And the outcome of these 3 would want to see resources going mainly into supporting growth, wealth creation, and socio-economic transformation by getting more Ugandans engaged into economic activities. A number of targeted government initiatives are ongoing. Some of them are quite transformational. We just need to work on the discipline of implementation. The parish development model, which is a multi-sectoral strategy aimed at reaching all Ugandan households who are still in subsistence economy. This, anyone who's serious about development, about transformation of Uganda, please. The only thing you can contribute is how best can it be implemented, not whether. We need all Ugandans to get involved in the money economy. In the medium term, our growth will be driven primarily by activities in the oil and gas sector, which has already taken off in terms of preparation for the first oil a couple of years from now. We shall have oil here. Those who come from the Albertine region there, from Bunyoro, you know the beehive of activities there. We would want to avoid repeating the past delays, those delays we've had, and the first oil is coming. We project that real GDP will increase to over 70% at the start of the commercial oil production going forward. And as you know, we have been exploiting this resource very cautiously. We have put in place all of the necessary legal regulatory frameworks to ensure that we continue with this spirit of caution. Uganda has managed to remain robust and sustainable, mainly because historically, from around the early 90s, we've had very sober macroeconomic environment. Stable, well thought out. So I can say we have already avoided Dutch disease because of the caution that our leaders have taken. On the tax revenue front, we are currently implementing our flagship domestic revenue mobilization strategy, aiming to raise our tax to GDP ratio by 0.5 percentage point every year. The main thrust of our DRMS is to improve efficiency in collection of existing taxes rather than introducing new ones. We had a challenge in the past of whenever we need revenue, we think of a new tax or increasing the tax rate. Those new taxes and tax rates used to fall on perhaps on the same taxpayer. Today, our strategy is to enforce compliance and ensuring that we bridge all those gaps we've been having. So when you hear people these days talking of, oh, URA is killing us, those people don't want to be compliant. Only compliance. We tax what is due for government, not new taxes. And this will give us that target we have talked about. So, ladies and gentlemen, all of these measures I'm talking about are going to reduce the need to issue additional debt, which will maintain our debt at sustainable levels and reduce the debt service burden. As the presenter will show you, we don't have much concern about the debt to GDP ratios. Those ones are going to decline. Our main concern has been on the servicing of the debt. But with this strategy, we are also seeing in our horizon very good results. The future is very safe. We will continue, however, to issue some concessional debt, especially as we finance critical projects for Uganda's economic transformation, particularly in the transport and energy sectors, as well as in the agricultural sector, irrigation. We want to ensure that we actually take now irrigation to the farmers. And you know our median farmer in Uganda is a smallholder farmer. How do we get these small solar-powered irrigation systems to the farm, as well as also our oil and gas? So when you hear us going to Parliament to get some clearance to borrow some money, don't say, Ramadan said no more borrowing. We are going to issue some debt, but it's already programmed within our capacity to pay that debt. I therefore conclude by expressing our keen interest in following your discussions. Let us from today have very well-informed discussions based on facts, not emotions. You know, Uganda, we are quite an emotional country. That one is a fact. When I went to attend the World Bank, IMF annual meetings last year, the vice president of one of those institutions told me in a room with others that Uganda, you are one of the noisiest countries in the world. And I said, yeah, that's our secret, that's our strength, because it helps us to keep ourselves disciplined. They said, but it also affects your ability to implement things, because you also have so many people who are appealing to us to stop projects, to do this, to do that. So let's base our conversations on the facts, and I'm glad we are here to listen to these facts. I thank our partners with whom we are going to have this informed conversation, and we have put it together. The MOOBS Economic Forum, Professor Balunywa, Dr. Muhumuza, and the colleagues there, CSBAG, those ones are partners in everything, in crime, in debt, in budget compliance and transparency. Julius, thank you. NTV, we're always very glad to be here and have these conversations with you, putting us in the living rooms of everybody. I'm sure that will help to bring more people on board. And lastly, my team at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development that works so hard to put these facts together, led by our Commissioner, Macroeconomic Policy Department, Dr. Albert Musisi, and your team. I know they are here, I see them, Yasin and your colleagues. Then the Debt Directorate of Maris, the chief borrower, but also a very good prefect of our debt sustainability, plus our supporters in analyzing these issues. The World Bank, I've seen Rachel. The IMF, I haven't seen Isabella. And the credit rating firms, and everybody. So I thank all of you and fellow Ugandans at large. Let's have a sober, informed discussion. Then you guide us on the how we can keep our debt within the sustainable levels for the foreseeable future. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PSST, for those reassuring facts and words. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear from the team from finance. They're going to be presenting to us what the PSST has really been highlighting in detail, so we get the full context. And at this moment, I'm going to request Yasin to come and present to us the Uganda Debt Sustainability Report 2022. Yasin. We can give him a round of applause. He's the meat.
Thank you, Charles. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not very good with protocol, so I'll not attempt, but all protocol observed. My name is Yasin Mayanja, and this morning, I have the pleasure of presenting our Debt Sustainability Analysis Report. It's a report we do every year and publish on the ministry website. We also have some hard copies outside, so I hope many of you got a chance. So I will get through a few definitions, and then I'll talk about some of the key macroeconomic indicators. The PS talked about macroeconomic stability. I will attempt to illustrate that. Then we will discuss Uganda's debt portfolio. We'll have a look at some of the projections we have made going forward. I will attempt very much to put this presentation into context by looking at what other countries are doing. Because sometimes when you look only inward, you might forget that other countries are also facing similar challenges. I will discuss the issue of debt service, which PS has highlighted, and I will conclude. I've been struggling a little bit with my voice over the last 2 days, so if I cough a bit, please forgive me. I have taken every medicine under the sun, but so we look at a few key issues when we analyze debt. First, we look at solvency, but then we also look at liquidity. So I see a few bankers in the room, and I see many accountants. They will understand these issues a lot better than us, the economists. But solvency is more of a longer-term concept, and it's about your future incomes being able to meet your future expenditures and also pay off your current debt in a very simplified way. And liquidity is more of a near-term concept, and it looks more at availability of liquid assets to actually meet your obligations as they mature. So in the analysis that we do, we have indicators that look at solvency, and we also have others that look at liquidity. And the clever people, the professors, have illustrated that if a country has a stable and declining debt to GDP ratio, then that is actually sufficient to ensure that that country is solvent. Of course, a liquidity crisis can quickly translate into a solvency crisis. Those of you who have been following the story of the SVB Bank in the US will know this. They were quite solvent, but they got some liquidity challenges, which quickly made them insolvent. So we have to carefully monitor some of these indicators. I will also talk quite a bit about the issue of debt distress. The PS mentioned that we moved from low to moderate risk of debt distress, so I'll talk a bit about that. But what is debt distress? That is when a country actually fails to pay off its debt and it is in payment arrears. We've seen a few countries across the region face such challenges, not as diplomatic as the PS, so I will actually mention one or two of them as I go along. Also, we see distress when a country is facing emergency negotiations with its creditors to actually restructure the debt, most commonly to extend the payment period because that country is unable to actually meet its obligations. So with this, I show you some GDP growth. These numbers are for real GDP growth for Uganda over the past few years. The PS highlighted that before the COVID crisis, we were actually growing at about 6%, which was very good. Even the year before, we had grown at about 6.3%, then at 6.4%. But COVID came and halved our growth. It went down to 3.0%, which, by the way, was also still quite impressive because many countries actually saw much, much less than that. Some of our neighbors saw growth as low as 0.8%, and some countries, especially in the more advanced world, actually went into negative growth. So even the 3% is quite a good performance. Last year we saw growth of 4.7%, and this year we are projecting growth of 5.3%, so the economy is well on its path to recovery. Next year we will go back to 6% growth, and over the medium term, as we start commercial production of our oil and gas resources, we will see growth north of 7%. These, by the way, are quite conservative estimates. Some countries, when they started oil production, saw growth as high as 10%. So these estimates, I assure you, are on the conservative side. We've been having some inflationary pressures, as you might all have noticed. Recently, we saw inflation go up and enter the double digits. Before the challenges we faced, some of them coming from the Russia-Ukraine crisis, but also some of them coming from slightly higher food costs here in Uganda, we actually had very low inflation of about 3%. So on this graph, we see both the headline, which is the upper line, and the core inflation, which is the blue lower line. These were both doing very well as recently as February 2022, before this crisis began. But we saw inflation going as high as 10% and actually above 10%. But when we look at last month's numbers, February 2023, we see that it has actually started to decline, as you can see at the tail end of that graph. So we are confident that inflation will actually begin to go downwards. Inflation is a major macroeconomic indicator that we look at, and the central bank has taken some significant action in ensuring that these numbers begin to go down. Some other countries, Rwanda right now is above 20%. So it is not automatic that the inflation comes down the way it is doing. Here we look a bit at the treasury bills. So government issues a number of instruments through which it borrows from the domestic market. On the shorter end, we have the treasury bills, and on the longer end, we have the treasury bonds. So we have three treasury bills, the 91-day, the 182-day, and the 364. The cost of borrowing was initially quite low. Again, I start from February 2022, and I go to all the way up to February 2023. So the cost of government borrowing was quite low, with the 91 T-bill as low as 6% in February last year, before the same crisis started, and we saw a sharp increase in government borrowing costs. We took some deliberate actions when we saw this increase to actually reduce how much we are borrowing from the domestic market to finance this year's budget. And that is one of the reasons why you see that these yields have actually started to come down quite significantly. I look a little bit at the exchange rate. The key message here is that the shilling has been quite stable. If you look at the period February 2022 to February 2023, of course, at the beginning of March, it came under some pressure, but at the end of February, we saw a quite stable exchange rate. The topmost line shows the shilling versus the British pound, and we've actually been appreciating against the British pound, as you can see, moving from 4,700 in February 2022 to about 4,400 in February 2023. We've also been relatively stable against the euro, which is the middle line, and likewise quite stable against the dollar over this period. Here I attempt to show how we compare with some of the other countries in the region. So what I show here is where the different currencies were as compared to the dollar. So the exchange rate of the different countries versus the dollar. In January 2020, that was before COVID hit, and in January 2023. So the Uganda shilling in January 2020 was at about 3,680, and in 2023 it had moved to 3,693, which is a depreciation rate of just 0.3%, 0.35, which shows a quite impressive level of stability. The Tanzanian currency is also similarly stable, depreciating by just 0.4% over that period. The Rwandese franc hasn't been that stable compared to those two because it depreciated by 16.5%, while our Kenyan neighbors have seen quite some significant depreciation, reaching about 22.5%. So over the last 3 years, the Kenyan shilling has lost about a quarter of its value against the US dollar. And you will be aware that actually there have been some riots in Nairobi recently, partly because of this. So the stability of the shilling is a major indicator that we follow, because it also provides a lot of confidence amongst external players to actually do business with us. If your shilling is bouncing around too much, or if it is really depreciating, then some of those external players will not be as confident coming to deal with you. So I show here the exports of goods and services. So we have some numbers on exports of goods, and we also have numbers on goods and services. So this is a combination of both goods and services. And you can clearly see that around 18-19, before the COVID crisis, our exports were growing and had increased to $6.2 billion. These are hundreds of millions of US dollars, so that's $6.2 billion. But when COVID came, they declined quite significantly to 5.3 billion USD. They have started to pick up, although there is some bit of volatility. But last year we saw, in 2020/21, we saw a pickup to 6.7, although it has gone down a bit. But the key message here is that our exports remain quite robust, and government is indeed putting in place measures to actually further increase this particular indicator. So we now look at remittances. So remittances, this is money that is sent from Ugandans abroad to come to Uganda, to their family members usually. So I'm showing all these external indicators because we need foreign exchange as a country for a number of reasons, including to finance our foreign debt, to pay it off. So it is very important that we have strong forex inflows. Professor Balunywa touched upon this a little bit in his opening remarks. So this is why I'm actually showing some of these foreign inflows. So the remittances are quite good, and before COVID stood at above $1.3 billion. Clearly during the COVID period, they have come down a little bit, but they're still quite strong and are still above $1 billion, which is a significant amount. FDI, foreign direct investment, also peaked just before the COVID crisis at 1.2. The COVID affected it, especially since the countries that give us this FDI, where these investors come from, who are suffering some economic challenges. You can see there that the FDI went below $1 billion in 1920 and 2021 at the peak of the COVID crisis. But we have seen now a recovery as of last year, again reaching $1.2 billion. Partly, in fact, largely driven by investments in the oil and gas sector, which again the PS talked about. Finally, on these charts, I will show you the tourism. Tourism inflows had picked up quite significantly, reaching 1.5 billion just before the COVID crisis came up. And clearly, when COVID came, you can see there was a significant drop, which is expected. A lot of borders were shut. A lot of people were not moving, so there was a significant drop in tourism, reaching just about 700 in 2020/21. But as you can see, we are now recovering. We are well on the way, on the road to recovery, and we are nearly at $1 billion again. So these are a number of indicators that show how much Forex is actually flowing into the country. And it is fair to say that our Forex inflows are quite robust, even in the face of quite significant external shocks. This slide shows you the debt portfolio. So we look at domestic debt, external total debt, and the debt to GDP. So in billions of US dollars, our domestic debt increased from June 2021 from 7.1 billion USD to about 8.16 in June 2022. So the majority of the increase was in domestic debt, which again we are trying to address. The external debt increased only slightly from about 12.4 to 12.8. So that's about $400 million, which is a lot less than what we have seen in previous years. So there have been years when we've seen numbers as high as $1 billion increase in external debt. But here we only increased by about $400 million. So that actually speaks to the fact that the pace at which our debt increases is actually slowing. So in terms of total debt, we moved from 19.5 to about 21 billion USD, which represents a movement from about 46.9% of GDP to 48.4%. Now, of course, the 48.4% number looks quite high. And actually put in this context, you can see that over the last 12, 13 years, our debt as a share of GDP has been going up quite consistently. And you can see from that slide that in 1920, the pace, if you look at the gray line, which shows the debt to GDP ratio, you can see that the slope of that curve started to go up quite sharply around 1920. That was the period of the COVID crisis that the PS spoke about. But generally, debt has been increasing. The blue is the external debt, while the red is the domestic debt. So both of these have been increasing from about 14% in 2009. Remember, we had received some debt forgiveness in the mid-2000s. That's why our debt numbers were quite low in 2009. So we've grown from 14% to 48% over this period. However, I think it is important to put this under context. So this slide is quite difficult to read because it is very, very, very crowded, but that was intentional. Here I try to put all the countries in sub-Saharan Africa so that you can actually see where Uganda falls. So I've highlighted in red the countries of the EAC, and you see actually the whole of Africa is being led by the DRC, whose debt levels are only at about 14%. Then you have people like Botswana, who borrow very little because they have a lot of mineral wealth. But the second country in red is Tanzania, whose debt levels are about 40%. And the third country in red is Uganda. I don't know if my pointer is working. Yes. So this is DRC. This is Tanzania at about 40%. And this is Uganda at about 48%. South Sudan is slightly above 50. Then further up, you have Burundi, you have Rwanda, and you have Kenya. Those are hovering at about 70%. So our 48 in comparison looks quite good, I would say. And then you have some outliers, your Eritreas, your Cape Verde, who are above 150% of GDP. So this should help us to sort of put Uganda's debt levels in context and help us better understand how we compare both with other ESC partners, but also with the wider African setting. So when you look at it from here, you may see that it's not quite as terrible as one might think. So here I present the creditor categories for our external debt. So we borrow from a number of external partners. They are classified into multilateral, bilateral, and commercial. Typically the cost, actually, the level of how expensive the debt is goes up as you go down that slide. So the multilaterals are typically the cheapest, and the bilaterals somewhere in the middle, and the commercial, that is the expensive stuff. So the multilaterals, the biggest of them is the World Bank. IDA there is the International Development Association, which is the lending arm of the World Bank that gives money to low-income countries. So they give very, very cheap money, and they hold the majority of our external debt. So the World Bank remains our single biggest creditor from the external side. On the bilaterals, the biggest is China, which holds about 20% of our external debt. And then you have the commercial banks. The debt held by the commercial banks was quite small. Actually, before 16-17, it was zero. But over the last few years, it has grown. Again, this happened during the COVID period. You see it moved from about 1.8% in 18-19 to 7% in 19-20, and has now reached 10% as at June last year. So the commercial or the expensive stuff has been increasing, largely because we faced some emergency need for money, and it was most easy to get money from those. But it's also important to put this in a regional perspective, because while our commercial debt represents about 10.4% of our external debt, it is 13% in Rwanda, it is 26.6% in Kenya, and in Tanzania it is 31%. So although we've seen an increase in these commercial holdings, we still compare quite favorably with some of our peer countries, as you can tell from this slide. So we do have a guiding document that guides fiscal policy in Uganda, known as the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility. The Charter for Fiscal Responsibility is a requirement, a legal requirement. Every 5 years, we produce one and submit it to Parliament. And then we are judged against our performance on a number of key targets. So here I show you the projections we have for our debt to GDP and what the targets are in the Charter. So you can see that, for example, in June 2022, that's financial year 21-22, our debt number is 48.4. We've talked about that number a few times now. In the Charter, the ceiling was 52. So we are some distance below the Charter target. And you can also see that our projection is that debt will decline over the medium term. So we've looked at all the inflows, we've looked at all the outflows, we've looked at all the revenues, we've looked at our budgets, and actually we've seen that debt has been declining debt is projected to decline over the medium term, and well above what we have in the Charter. So some of the reasons for this decline is economic growth. When you grow your economy, your debt declines by default, because debt to GDP means that the denominator, if it's performing well, then the debt will decline. We also see significant enhancement of revenue mobilization, as the PS elaborated. Careful management of expenditure, again the PS has talked about this. And also we want to change the debt profile, particularly by reducing domestic debt to try and crowd in the private sector, which is affected when government borrows too much from the domestic markets. This slide shows the risk of debt distress. So one of the tools we use is a tool developed by the IMF and the World Bank, and that tool classifies countries as low risk of debt distress, moderate risk of debt distress, high risk of debt distress, or already in debt distress. So the best place to be is the green, which is low risk. Then the next best is obviously the yellow, which is moderate, which is where we are. So you can see that in 2013, there were quite a number of countries, 13, that were at low risk, and there were only 2 that were in debt distress. But fast forward to the end of 2022, and none of the countries are actually in low risk. So although we say that Uganda's risk rating has declined from low to moderate, it's important to actually note that everybody's risk rating has pretty much declined, and there is nobody who is low. So when you look at 2020, there were 2 countries there that were low risk, and those 2 countries were Uganda and Tanzania. So they were the last to actually move from low to moderate. So, and you see that the number of countries in debt distress has increased quite a bit. So here I show you some of the risk ratings of a number of countries. And I'll go quickly because I've been told I have a few minutes. But you can see that none of the countries rated using this framework are actually in low risk. So these are countries in sub-Saharan Africa. You will not see all the countries because there are a few countries that are rated using a different framework. So those are countries like South Africa, Nigeria, Botswana, Namibia. So you will not see those countries here because they use a different framework. But for the countries that do use this framework, none of the countries are low, and a few of the countries are moderate, and an increasing number are high, and some are in debt distress. So in red, I show you the EAC countries. DRC, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda are moderate, while Burundi, Kenya, and South Sudan are high risk. And then, of course, there are a few countries which have actually gone into debt distress, largely because they have faced significant challenges in repaying their debt. You have your Zambias, Sudan, Somalia, and others. So debt service as a share of revenue has been increasing, as has been already highlighted. If you look at this chart, though, it is very informative to see that before the COVID crisis, so around this period, debt service as a share of our revenue was at about 21-22%. So we were managing it quite well. 1920, 21%, but then COVID came. So COVID came and hit our revenues, which is the denominator, but also increased the level of debt because we needed to borrow urgently, and we took some of this debt from some of the more expensive lenders because they were the ones that could disburse quickly. So this number went up quite significantly, but our projection is that beginning next year, this number will start to decline on the back of good revenue numbers, but also reducing debt service levels. I thought I would compare Uganda with Kenya on the same indicator of debt service to revenue. So where Uganda was at 27.4, Kenya was at 34.5. And at the end of this chart, you can see that for next year, Kenya is projected to reach 42.3% debt service to revenue, while Uganda will be declining. Again, the purpose here is to illustrate that this is a common problem across countries, and some of the other countries actually have it a bit worse than us. So I'm coming towards the end of my presentation, and I'm pointing out that the economy has shown strong resilience in the face of some very serious external and internal headwinds. And I want to assure you that public debt remains sustainable, although the risk rating has declined from low to moderate. But our debt to GDP ratio is one of the lowest in the region and is actually projected to continue to decline, as I've illustrated. There has been an increase in some external commercial and some domestic borrowing, but government is actually projecting to reduce both these types of borrowing in financial year 23-24. That's the National Budget Framework paper that we already laid before Parliament and the budget that we're trying to finalize as we speak. So that will help also reduce that ratio of debt service to revenue, which we are also very much concerned about. And finally, as the PS quite elaborated, we will pursue a strategy of fiscal consolidation in the medium term, underpinned by better revenues, but also by more careful look at our expenditure patterns. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasin. Another round of applause for our presenter. Yes, he has given us the context, he has given us the facts. We now have the facts upon which we can have this discussion, again reinforced by the submission made by the PSST. At this moment, I'd like to recognize the presence of Rachel from the World Bank Group. You're most welcome, Rachel. And I need to mention that we are being watched live on NTV, and we have quite a number of Ugandans that want to be part of this discussion. We're going to have those questions and comments coming in at a certain point. So at this moment, I would like to invite my colleague, Priscilla, is going to take us to the next session, where we're going to ask actually the big question, the elephant in the room.
Thank you so much, Charles. All protocol observed in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you once again. My name is Priscilla Regina Naloga, and as Charles has eminently mentioned, the debate is ongoing and there's so many participants online. We are streaming live on NTV Uganda, both on Facebook and YouTube, but this very dialogue is streaming live on Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development YouTube channel for engagement. Now, just to pick up from some of the comments so far on social media platforms, we do have Alina Itwe, who has come out to say, where are these borrowed monies? First, address the money cancer in the country, other than spending even the remaining little in these meetings. Those are the opinions of Ugandans. Now, in light of such mindsets that are actually part of this dialogue online and perhaps present in this room, maybe there's some measures that we can pick out at the end of the day. I had the privilege of moderating a conversation earlier on as we awaited your presence this morning, and I was having this dialogue with Mr. Julius Mukunda from CS Bag, as well as Mr. Wabiga Paul from MOOB's Economic Forum. And these are some of the measures that, according to them, could perhaps help us in this conversation of public debt sustainability. One of them was hope in the GDP growth, expectedly, and perhaps the report that has been shared gives us that direction. The other was reduction in borrowing new loans. And then the other point that I picked out from that debate was assuring efficiency and effectiveness in the utilization of the presently borrowed funds. Now, those are measures. Are they possible to help us sustain the public debt? Perhaps Dr. Fred Muhomuza from the Economic Forum at MOOBS could help us answer how sustainable the public debt for Uganda is. Dr. Muhomuza, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Madam Naloga. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to see you, PSST. We are glad you could find time to have your conversation. This is a conversation about policy issues that you deal with regularly. Paul Wabiga, I hope you're somewhere. Yes, Paul Wabiga is from School of Economics. If you put him at MOOBS, he might actually send us an invoice and we don't have his salary scale there. They are our researchers. Now, we are trying to add more value to the conversation. Not that value has already come up, but it's that word of value addition. So we'll dig deeper into the numbers and the economics behind debt and the relationship between debt and development. That's all we are here to do so that we can have this good conversation. We are saying really the logic of debt. Why do we borrow? One is because you have inadequate savings, and so your incomes cannot generate sufficient investments for you to get out of those low savings. So to break that cycle, we actually borrow. And economics says, well, we are going to borrow. Reason is to amplify the growth rate, mainly through private sector investments, and that should be marked. Private sector investments. You can only tax the private sector to pay the debt. So if the private sector is not growing, you're going to run into sustainability issues. So our conversation focuses on, are we supporting the private sector? So you want to create also opportunities, and private sector, people think it's businesses. It's also the households. In economics, we say no one is going to produce anything if there is no buyer, and quite often the buyers are the households. So we have a policy conversation. Government seems to be looking more on the supply side, and yet the private sector are looking on the demand side. So we might not be speaking to each other, and want to bring that conversation to bear. And then the other one is, of course, to generate the taxes, as we've said, so that government can actually be able to pay the debt. If you don't do that, then you're going to borrow to pay the debt, and we'll see the evidence is out there. We have issues on policies, and institutions do matter, and we are picking this from actually the World Bank. The World Bank bases the debt to GDP ratios on the basis of the strength of your policies and institutions. And so we bring that conversation to bear. So if your policies are not right, your debt may not give you what you're looking for. Secondly, if your institutions are weak, you may not get what you're looking for. So developing that logic is followed by the planning, both at national level, which is the strategic level, but also at operational level. The very agency is supposed to make sure the debt delivers what it's supposed to do. So we'll get a little bit into that conversation, and we're saying the most appropriate policies and strategies should be adopted and upheld. You don't just adopt and leave them out there. So the institutions in place are the ones to effectively deliver those strategies. And in Uganda, we have all agreed we have good policies we never implement. That speaks to why should we borrow. If you do not implement your policies, maybe the other policy of borrowing should also be evaluated. So the notion that Uganda has good policies that it never implements speaks to weak institutions, and everybody seems to say that is true. We have policies we do not implement. We are just adding that must be implying we have weak institutions. And the challenge of whether the weak institutions can actually evolve good policies. We are going back to say, if you have weak institutions, what claim do you have to say you have good policies? There is a logical cycle there that we want to delve into. So we have an overview here, and basically this I'll run through because we have better things ahead of this. This is just the dessert, or is the salad. Muslims, forgive me for this. That in developing economies, Uganda has borrowed to finance those needs, and borrowing has been from all those other entities. But in the 90s, we reached a level where the borrowing was actually constraining us. Not that we were not paying. Economics is about opportunity cost. The cost of your lunch is what else were you going to use that money for? And for our listeners out there, this is the conversation. We have spent money here. What would have been the alternative? Now you want to look at the costs and benefits. So at that time we were paying, but then we talked to the donors. We said, because we are paying debt, we are unable to put children to school. We are unable to meet health services. So we had a highly indebted poor country initiative. We were forgiven debt, but on condition that this money goes to the social services, on condition that this money goes to health and other poverty-related investments. So government created a poverty action fund to guarantee everybody that not any money coming from this forgiveness would be used for some kind of other fanciful, interesting things. So there was a lot of that conversation of making sure the policies are right and the institutions are curtailed not to do the wrong thing with this money. I hope Madame Betty Mutebire is here. We invited her because this was a conversation that she was party to in one way or another. I used to interact with the family, and at that point in time. So we're saying the debt rises. As debt rises, we notice that investment in private sector, which we call gross fixed capital formation, as a percentage of GDP, is declining. These are the things we're investing to get good water out there. And then, as we said, our data is showing that as government debt goes up, gross fixed capital formation is declining. And yet the debt is supposed to be making sure that blue line goes up, because that is the only way you pay the debt. So that informed us to say, where are we? I sat with my colleagues across the economic space. I sit in Makerere University. MOBS is this side, the School of Economics is this side. For me, it is Makerere University and the academia. So we began to ask, what is happening here? Is our debt sustainable? And that's the question we have asked you. So we had a few questions. Does Uganda have bad policies which it actually implements? We left that question there. Does Uganda have good policies that get implemented badly? We couldn't answer that. How does that look like in the environment when the economic growth rate remains below the growth rate of debt? Remember, the comparison is not on the stock of debt with the stock of GDP. It's about the rates of growth. The rate of growth of debt and the rate of growth of GDP. You want the rate of growth of debt to be lower than the rate of growth of GDP, or at least to be equal, meaning the debt is increasing your pace of running, that you will outrun your debt. Now, in the evidence, we see that debt is outrunning us. Now, that is not a good situation to have. How does that rapid increase in the debt affect the economy? The structure of the economy, and I'll speak to that towards the end, the price incentives, who is putting their money where should they be putting that money, and the general decision by the private sector, because they are the people out there. If I had $10 million in Uganda today, where would I put it? You want us government to influence that decision to the benefit of the economy. How should we measure and therefore conclude on the matter of debt sustainability? The government has given us their angle. We want to leave that question to you at the end of this presentation. Is debt actually supporting the private sector to grow, which is the fundamental link between repayments and debt sustainability? Paul, where are you? Paul will come and take 5 minutes. I taught him, so I dictate how much time he takes. Because I dictated in exams to say you have only 3 hours to pass or to fail. He passed. He's going to pass again.
Thank you so much, my teacher. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. Picking up from where Dr. Muhumuza stopped, for us, we are simply going to contribute to this conversation by providing what we are seeing in the data, this work in progress. What we did, we asked ourselves one question: is debt hurting private sector investment or not? Because from the words of the PSST, the interventions that are being put in place are going to be driven by the private sector. You tax it, it gives you the money, you pay back the debt, such that sustainability is ensured. So what we did a time series analysis from 1989 to 2021 to try and see how the two are relating to each other. For the economists who are here, you will agree with me that public debt is technically related to private sector investment by the mere fact that debt is one of the determinants of the availability of capital to the private sector. So we would like to see that as we borrow, private sector goes up, it grows, we tax it, and then pay the debts. So what did we do? We used the auto-regression modeling technique and looked at how gross fixed capital formation by the private sector was moving with other variables and how this was being affected by total debt. We picked this data from the World Development Indicators and then the IMF's World Economic Outlook. And then, of course, we had some sources, some other sources of the data from the central bank and then some reports from the Ministry of Finance. What do we find? What we are finding is that we are not yet in the red line, as Julius always likes to put it. The effect of debt to GDP, the effect of debt to GDP on our private investment is not yet, we do not find it statistically significant at the highest acceptable level. That is 10%, but it misses by a very small margin. It misses by a very small margin, as we can see from these emerging empirical findings. Of course, the rest of the other variables, we also find some touching results. When you look at the interest rate, when you look at the interest rates the relationship is interesting because we are seeing it being a positive. And what interpretation do we put to this is that possibly interest rates are helping government other than the private sector. Credit the private sector, that one was disturbing, but we are still thinking about what logic we can put to this. And of course, growth in GDP definitely is supporting private sector investment. But the bride of the day was the debt. And we are saying that although we are seeing negative effects, it's not yet significantly impacting us. We see the same when we look at long-run effects and then even short-run effects. And our preliminary conclusions are that debt is negatively affecting private investment, but not to the significant levels that might cause us to worry. Although, just like the PSST mentioned, we are in the yellow-orange state, and we do not want to go to the red line. We do not want to go to the red line. We wanted to do this both for the external debt and the domestic debt, to disentangle the two, because there is a belief among economists that actually domestic borrowing crowds out private sector investment, as lenders prefer to lend to government as opposed to the private individuals. Mr. PSST, we are finding difficulties in getting domestic debt data so as to prove or disprove our suspicions, because it might be that total debt to GDP is still insignificant here simply because of the bigger element of external debt. And if we disentangle the two, then we might find domestic debt negatively impacting private sector investment. Yet without the growth of the private sector, it might be very hard for you to get the revenues to pay your debts. Yet, in the very report that is being presented here, the domestic revenue mobilization strategy is being anchored on mobilizing revenues from taxes to pay the debts and will remain sustainable. So, my teacher, sir, I think mine is done. This is what we are seeing in the data. This work in progress. It might change, it may not change. I thank you.
I promised you he passes exams, and that's why Professor Hisali here, the principal at Cobhams, retained him to teach, and we will retain him on this study as well. After that evidence, we opened the bonnet to say, what is the story that is generating the data that we see? Because that, what you've seen there, you can afford to forget it. That's like a technical lab report that goes to the doctor. The doctor begins to interpret it and say, your white blood cells were higher. You must be having an infection. So we get into that conversation, which is here the doctor has it with the patient. And it's understandable besides the lab results. So we try to say before we get into conclusions, let's get into that data generation process with 5 or 4 things. 1, the logic. What is guiding government at the broad high level planning? What are our policies like? Are there some that need to be revisited? Remember, this is a policy dialogue. 3, what are our strategies? The soldiers have sat down with in the trenches at times, call that the scheme of maneuver, to deal with both the intended and unintended objectives of a political economy. That is be done by the institutions, the nature, their character, their behavior. Who are the troops on the ground? Do they fire? Do they not fire? Are they firing at each other? What is happening in that space? We use this because this was at the foundation of the National Development Plan 1. And this should still be the framework for government thinking. It tries to bring the whole logic of the economy together. The yellow, as you know, in the egg is where the life is. And those are the things that drive growth. So you must do everything possible not to undermine that deep yellow. Because every other thing you're working on is complementary or is going to be social services or enablers. If you are undermining the yellow, your egg is not going to hatch. And we have seen chicken that sit on 10 eggs and only get out 4 chicks. We want Uganda to be among the 4, not the 6. But also, you don't want to crack. So being at the center does not mean you have priority to the PSST. No, it is only showing that you are our focus, but you need security. So if the egg's shell cracks, that egg cannot hatch. So security is important, much is up there. Public administration, justice, law and order, and macroeconomics accountability, these things do matter. That's the framework from which we do the thinking. We move on and say, okay, what are the issues? I go to the institutions. Auditor General's reports. Auditors, please, those auditors in the House, we want to appreciate you. In the governance places where I sit, I like to be in the audit committee, because auditors raise up issues of an institutional nature. So we have used the report of the Auditor General. The first thing he points out is that Section 25(1) actually allows the minister to have a supplementary budget, but should seek approval from Parliament within 4 months. And the Auditor General says in 2018-19, only 34% of the supplementary was approved. Institutions are beginning not to follow the law, and that distorts the trajectory. We again raise up some policy issues, again from the Auditor General's report 2018-19, and I've deliberately used this because I don't want to have anything to do with COVID, because I've heard people saying it's because of COVID. Some things were there before COVID, and they are still with us. Auditor General says we borrowed 7,399 billion from the domestic market, comprised of that much in budget support and the other in refinancing. He seems to indicate, or actually indicates the evidence, that for every big borrowing we are doing, the bulk of it is not coming to support the private sector, but rather to actually manage previous debt. Question, is our debt sustainable? So it is implying that servicing maturing obligations and interest accounted for 97% of the borrowed money. In his conclusion, he says we are borrowing to pay debts, which is likely to raise the dependence of government on the domestic market and may lead to an increase in interest rates, which undermines the private sector. So if you are borrowing and 97% of that is going to pay debt, is your debt sustainable? Is another question. And this is the data, again, he presents to us, that in 2017 we borrowed 6.4 trillion, 4.5 went into debt service, only 1.8 was available for servicing. And the same story is true. But I pick out some most recent pronouncement by the PSST in the second budget circular called on the extreme, that the budget for 2023, despite an increase from 47, should be 48.3 trillion to 50.87 trillion, discretionary resources have actually reduced, partly because of debt. Interest payment is going up. We move on and say, strategy-wise, the AG noted that 60% out of the 101 entities that they sampled and examined from the development partners, which were supposed to be used to fund health and education-related activities, only 65% was realized. Why? The accounting officers attributed the shortfall to budget estimates that they said were prepared on the basis that we receive as much as we received in the prior years. That is a little bit of unseriousness. You can't say because the donor gave me 100 million, he will give me another 100 million today. Sit with that donor and try to find out. I've been hearing news that the Americans, because of what we did in the Parliament, are already debating. So please factor that, Mr. PSST, when you go back to finalize the budget, that there might be something the donors gave us which they might not give us this year. That's an institutional issue, really. We again go and look into the planning. He audited and found that majority of the projects they audited were initiated without sufficient planning. And therefore, the designs were inadequate. They resulted in multiple variations, both in time and costs. Gives examples, Kawanda, Mararankend, and Kawanda Masaka projects. They went above by 13 billion and 28 billion. Now, this is money the PSS will not have planned. It becomes a supplementary. It distorts another story somewhere. But it actually is avoidable if we had done good planning and good designs. So those are the issues of institutional nature. Ishaka, Katunguru, and Chenjojo Road, Now, this one had its own problems, but the one interesting one is Butiaba Wanseko, which cost an extra $12 million due to, again, there was an increase in quantities of 800%, rock excavation, the designer didn't do a good job. The increase there in the cost was 138%, excavation in swamps, 300%, topsoiling, among others, 1,300%. This is an institutional weakness, disturbing the budget, but also undermining the ability of the debt to support the private sector eventually. Accumulation of domestic arrears. Quite often we do not consider domestic arrears as debt, but it is actually debt, especially after it has been verified. And those figures need to be put into the picture because we quite often do not provide adequately for them. The policies on tax incentives now, this is again a distortion in the policies. Auditor General again reports that no clear policy guideline for the issuance of management and monitoring of the debt. He cites a case where government offered a 10-year tax holiday to some companies in the steel sector on the assumption, very good assumption, to promote local steel production. But at the same time, the same government entered into an agreement with another one to build an industrial park. Now, the income tax exemptions given here now negate that you have borrowed to invest in a park and then you have given an exemption to this entity. Now, in some cases, we actually are giving exemptions to an entity that negates that you gave a tax incentive for somebody to come and invest, but you also gave an incentive for somebody to import. So policy consistency is an issue the World Bank raises when they are doing this assessment on whose debt to GDP should go to wherever it should go. So which ratios should one be using is a question you want to be asking at this point. The interest revenue benchmark, we are adding more ratios that Auditor General cites, which are actually part of the government framework, that we want to look at the percentage of interest to revenue. It should be below 12.5%. This as per our own settings. But by 2019-20, and this remember is before COVID, we had breached the threshold of 12.5%. You are still moderate, but you need to begin slowing down. You need to begin getting back. These are lessons coming out of the Auditor General's reports. The outlook for Uganda on foreign currency issuer default rating, that we can default or we might default, public debt and other financial liabilities. Fitch gives us a rating, and in June 2020, they revised Uganda's IDR outlook from stable to negative. We need to fight to get back to stable. And there were, of course, some reasons which now are understandable. The reasons given, failure of government to slow the build-up of government debt and narrow the fiscal deficit after the coronavirus. When coronavirus came, we needed to slow down some spendings. We didn't do as much as we could have done. Instead, we ramped up the borrowing. So we need to get back to those policy conversations. Weakening of Uganda's ability to attract long-term financing to cover the budget. We have moved into short-term borrowing, and yet the long term gives us that benefit. The widening of the fiscal deficit, and finally widening of the current account deficit, which is a fall in export performance, and I will be getting to that conversation as I get to the end. There has been a conversation that interest rates in Uganda are still high. We were in the 40s and the early 90s. Structural adjustment program helped us to bring those rates down. Now, the rates are no longer a structural issue, but rather a government policy issue. So to bring the rates further down, you've got to address the government borrowing. It's no longer a banking issue, it's no longer a policy issue. And that can be seen all the way from 1986 all the way to 2021. That following 1994 all the way to the end, we have hovered between 19-21%. So we have been there. How do we bring them further down? It's going not to be another structural issue, but policy issue. Real effective exchange rate. We are now trying to judge whether we are competitive, because remember, Fitch has said we are not doing very well on the current account balance. We are not doing well on exports. We can do badly now. The real effective exchange rate is what economists use to say, are you being competitive? And in the case of Uganda, if it is going up, we are losing competitiveness. So if you look at that red line, and I put it in red, it has been going up all the way from 1989 coming into 2021. But you can see a lot of changes began after 1997. How do we bring that down? It has implications on our exports as I get into my concluding remarks. I'm putting that there to say the level of exchange rate matter as much as the rate. So it might be stable, but is it at the level it should be to promote exports, which is the competitiveness? And I'm holding it here to say in 2019-2020, the official mid-rate exchange rate was 3,714.6. In 2021-22, because of too much borrowing we did during COVID, we brought in lots of dollars, it dropped. The shilling became stronger and came down to 3,571. Now, anybody out there would say our shilling is strong and that's a good thing. Until you say, what does that mean? Now, if anybody was exporting $10 million worth in 2019-20, that person got 37.15 billion when he converted his dollars into shillings at that rate. If you're going to do the same conversion in 2021, you are only going to get 35.72 billion, a loss of 1.4 billion. Not that because your factory hasn't done anything. It's because the exchange rate has moved. So it is important for us to say, is our shilling overvalued? Is it supporting importers? Is it supporting exporters? Because for sustainability, you want to promote exports. So that's a policy conversation we want to have, to say who is it supporting, who is it hurting? And here we are. If it's going to support importers, then the left side panel is all you're going to see. People importing cement and everything to build those structures, and some of them are empty. Now, the other local producers, because they cannot export competitively, they resort to only tricycles for trade. They can't even afford to rent a market store. They sell by the roadside. But that is what we must tax to pay the debt. Can we? Shall we? Are we able to do that? That's a conversation out there. So when you see these guys who drive through Kampala, my economics takes me deeper than where you end. This is the reason for that. This is the deterioration in the trade balance. Going down means we are actually exporting less and less compared to what we are importing. We need to get that line back up. The exchange rate does matter, and many other things, including the investments in energy, the investments in the railway. But if those investments are not going to give a good signal to a manufacturer, then we have a problem. And this is the exports as we get to the close. The direction of our exports. Now, it's not just total exports. You want to look at who is taking up my exports. The blue line is the European Union. So if Europe has challenges, you are likely to get challenges here. And then the yellow line, which is the next one, is Middle East. That is mainly gold, and you can see where it has gone. Gold exports right now are about 40 to 43% of our total exports. That brings in some other risks to it. Green is actually COMESA. And the COMESA here, you're talking about Kenya, South Sudan, and DRC. And a little bit of Rwanda. Not all of them. So you really want to focus on those guys who are driving your market, your export market. Where are we importing from? And this is why we have a problem. We are importing more from Asia, followed by the European Union, and then a little bit from COMESA. Now remember, in terms of exports, we are not exporting to Asia, but we are importing from Asia. So already you want to begin having a conversation on how am I, and that gives us the idea of the loss of competitiveness in the foreign exchange market. We zoom into individual countries. Where do we import from? You can see India and China. Are we able to outcompete those in terms of production so that we can reduce on our import bill? That's a conversation you want to have. Which kind of private sector should you be building to outcompete those individuals? What are we importing from there is another conversation. We want to dig deeper into the data of URA to see what are people importing. But at least Ukraine told us it is wheat, it is cooking oil, things we can actually substitute here. But as we've said, are we supporting the private sector to go in those spaces? That one, I will leave it, but it is clearly giving us the difficulty of mobilizing resources. Look at the time deposit rate. If you're going to pay depositors, the dotted line, which is around by 2022, you are really talking about 9 to 10% mobilization of deposits. I cannot lend them anywhere less than 19. So bringing down the cost of borrowing by the private sector, you've got to make it easier for the banks to mobilize their resources. And that is also a challenge for them because of Mr. Government's appetite to borrow. That's the government bonds. They have been trending upwards. So people are finding it easier to lend to Mr. Government. A 20-year bond was at 18.5 as we speak. Now, where should I put my money? In making bicycles and uniforms, or actually in government bonds? That signal, you want to change it, and it's a policy signal that you really want to engage. Because if that is the case, then you are going to find a situation we had here. That extreme right side, which I did not talk about, after the loss by the exporters, you are saying if I had my 37 billion and actually invested it in a 20-year government bond at 18%, I am going to get 6.7 billion interest. Why should I go growing pineapples? Why should I go producing water? Why should I set up a hospital? And the interesting part is your 6% is going to be taxed at only 10%. But if you go the other way, the taxes are 30%. What incentive are we giving? This is a policy dialogue. And we really would like to have a policy conversation. You can actually shoot yourself in the foot. My last slide, PSST, remember this conversation. We need to have, can we reduce on the motor vehicle fleet? Who is entitled or should be entitled to a government vehicle? We need to reduce those numbers. Can we lease vehicles? Because that removed the big pressure of acquiring, and you shift it to the private sector. But you also grow the private sector. You also remove the burden on you on servicing vehicles at over-invoiced prices, because Toyota and Motorcare and others will not over-invoice when they are servicing their own car. So the corruption, you park it there. That's a policy that gives you many benefits. Social and economic service provision should be based on standards, based on statistics, evidence, not political jurisdictions. We cannot say we must have a primary school in every parish. We must have a hospital in every district. These serve population numbers. So we are saying we are going to go by the numbers. Road construction units. PSST, I'm here, you are being pushed to buy road construction for the remaining districts. Some of them have only 150 kilometers of roads. Do they need a road unit? Can't they borrow from the neighbor? Now the evidence from the engineers on what is the production rate of a unit should guide us on the allocation of responsibility to these units. That will save some money for us. We should not just restructure agencies, but also the ministries and departments. And macroeconomic policies, as we have seen, they do matter. Exchange rates are not for fun. Interest rates are not for fun. Inflation is not fun. America went after inflation. They have destroyed their banking sector. Or so we think. It might still be strong, and they are struggling with it. My last one was for the PSST, because we shared this right from the president. In all that we do, we must be realistic, rational, and reasonable. Thank you.
Dr. Muhumuza and Mr. Wabiga have left us with more questions. Imagine from where we began, having looked at the report from 2022 and where we stand right now. The two questions were, is debt helping the private sector to grow? The other question was, is debt hurting the private sector or not? And I know that there's a lot of representation of private sector, and I know it's the concern. Now, at the end of this policy dialogue, we still need to get answers, because we have generated more questions. Where are the answers? I believe that the panel that was selected this day will give us the answers in regards to solutions. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, on to our panel discussion, which is next on the agenda, looking at the implications and sustainability of Uganda's public debt. Allow me invite Mr. Onege Obel, Uganda Investment Bank, to the front. You're most welcome. as he takes his seat, we also do have Ms. Rachel Sebude, Senior Economist with the World Bank, Uganda. Ms. Sebude, you are equally most welcome. We are also going to be having this panel joined by Mr. Jimmy Apa. Mr. Jimmy Apa, Director, Economic Research with the Bank of Uganda. Joining this panel still, we're going to be having Stephen Kaboyo, Alpha Capital Markets. And finally, Mr. Richard Sewachirianga for the representation of the civil society organizations. Without further ado, getting into a preamble, I would like to ask each one of my panelists the same question. However, they come from different backgrounds and represent different elements of the discussion this morning. Starting with Mr. Oneg Obel, with your experience, and I know that we had a similar dialogue a few weeks ago on Morning at NTV. In regards to the implications, where do we stand in the sustainability of Uganda's public debt?
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me first start by saying I'm an investment banker. I don't belong to any, I think somebody mentioned it. What did you say? Investment bank something?
No, investment bank.
Yeah, no, I'm an investment banker. My footprint is with the Uganda Securities Exchange and Old Mutual UOP Financial Services. At Old Mutual UOP Financial Services, we are now the largest unit trust managers in Uganda and the second largest in East Africa. So that is my footprint, and that's where I'm coming from. First of all, let me begin by saying that we welcome this engagement. It's come from a long way, and we think that you should bring the capital markets industry closer to the decision-making table so that we can contribute to doing what we all want. Now, on debt, let me go straight to the chase. In the private sector and from our industry, we really do not have a problem with debt. By definition, countries and business entities must contract debt in order to grow. The moment you do not contract debt, then you do not have a strategy for growth. So I wanted to put it out there. This does not mean that we should not engage each other on the sustainability of debt. We are not very uncomfortable with our level of debt right now. We are uncomfortable with what it is doing. Why are we not uncomfortable with this level of debt? Uganda, should it choose, and this is what we are pushing for, should it choose to look inward? As a fund manager, Ugandans are ready to invest in their own economy. Policy action should be tweaked to target the desire of Ugandans to invest in their own economy. As you know, even as we speak, Ugandans are we invest longest in our economy, from homesteads to industries. I saw the chart presented by Dr. Muhumuza. That was the chart on the, no, it was not Dr. Muhumuza, it was the gentleman from the Bank of Uganda, the bond market chart. If you noticed, the yields are being generated for bonds only up to 15 years. We don't have a 30-year signal. But we are investing in 30-year notes in Kenya. Let us have a conversation so that Ugandans who wish to invest long-term in their own economy, let's have that conversation so that we introduce a 30-year bond signal in this market. We are also not very comfortable with the projections of growth rates. We know in the capital markets industry and in the private sector that we can do much better. We can grow at what we call the job creating rate of 8 points per annum, year on year. What does that do? If we grew 8 points of GDP growth year on year for, say, 5 years, what that does is it helps us, it helps this country to reduce on the worries about debt. Because if we say in the private sector, it's better to grow the economy than to constrict it through what we call, somebody mentioned, fiscal consolidation. We can grow out of our debt problems by growing the economy. Now, when we are saying, come to us, let's engage, come to the Ugandan, who is now parking billions of dollars in the phone. There's a lot of money in mobile money. That sounds like an oxymoron. There's a lot of money in mobile money. That money, if we engage, we can share. We have some ideas on how that money can be channeled into the economy. Rather than even going to my friend here, Rachel, Rachel's money is very useful, but it can be parked for emergencies. But for development, for infrastructure and so on, Ugandans have money. I speak with some level of authority because we are investing that money. Ugandans are parking their money with us, and we are investing that money. So let's make that effort to continue this engagement at a more serious level so that we arrive at solutions. I've been 35, 40 years in this business, and year on year, we see ourselves discussing around more or less the same issues. But we think now, this economy, with its natural resources, with its gold, with its oil, but the most important, with its population, we think we can perform far beyond the levels which are currently constrained by what we call poor quality debt. When we get short-term FDI coming into this economy, it causes problems, including inflationary pressures and so on. But if we borrow from our own people, domestic direct investment, then we think this conversation can be taken to another level. Finally, a plan, I think the planners will agree with me here, a plan is not a strategy. We need to move to actual investment-grade strategies. There's a chart which was presented by Dr. Muhumuza again, with the yellow egg in the middle. so many, the to-do list is a lot. But that to-do list is actually not a loss if each of them is converted into an investment grade opportunity for Ugandans to invest in. May I stop there for the time being?
Yes, please, you may. And if you do have comments to that, please save them, because later on, of course, we'd open up the room for you to actually debate on some of the things that are being presented before you. But equally, across our social media platforms, hashtag UGDebt2023, you too can be able to engage in this dialogue. Perhaps you do have an idea or a framework that can actually be of aid in these deliberations this morning. Of course, now that pushes us to capital markets, and we do have Mr. Kavoyo here for capital markets. In regards to what Mr. Oneg has shared, in your opening remarks, bringing capital markets closer to the decision table is something that you have talked about over and over again. Why isn't it becoming a reality?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me. To answer directly the moderator's question, I want to a little bit shift into sort of three areas that I wanted to touch on, and the answer will come. Firstly, I just want to make very quick comments on the DSA results. They're quite comforting, very good to hear. It is music to many of us. Personally, I would like to thank the PS. A couple of weeks ago, we met, and he shared, was very excited to share with me the DSA report that I had not seen. So thank you, Mr. PS. But again, with your team, we need to thank you for improving the transparency and information sharing. So this is a good thing to do. Now, in terms of the DSA results, yes, we look at Uganda being at stage 2. If you compare this to cancer has 4 stages. So we saw that there is low risk, moderate risk, there is a high risk, and then death distress. So we are stage 2, cancer patient. No, that's a joke. But what I'm saying, it's very easy to gain comfort in that, but we could easily slip over into high, the high risk category. So we need to be a little bit careful. The other issue I wanted to raise is we need a holistic approach to look at this debt issue. And my view, and I personally would like to avoid two words today, sustainability and unsustainability, and use another term, debt overhang. Debt overhang literally means the situation we're in. We are able to borrow, but we are impaired in our capacity to be able to service our debt smoothly. So I want to avoid sustainability and unsustainability and introduce this new issue of debt overhang. Now, we are not necessarily in bad shape from what we hear according to the DSA results, but again, taking a holistic approach, we need to look at other warning signals that could creep up that we may not take into account when doing DSA. And I would like to pick up one issue. There are many other eyes that follow countries' indebtedness. One is what Dr. Muhumuza pointed out, sovereign ratings. It's a good signal to watch. Well, Dr. Muhumuza mentioned Fitch recently, very recently. Moody's downgraded our sovereign rating from a B stable to a B minus with a negative outlook. I think that's a very strong signal that goes out to investors who would be interested in lending to Uganda, but because of that impairment, financing will come at a very expensive rates. So that's another issue that I wanted to raise in terms of having a holistic approach to looking at our debt issues. I'll quickly move on to, because of time, to good things that the Ministry of Finance is doing, and then I'll talk about the bad things that they are not doing. I will avoid being controversial, but since we have this opportunity to share, let me speak about the good things that the PS and the team are doing. One is I touched on the transparency bit of it. Debt issues have become very, very visible. We discuss this quite often, and I think this discussion needs to go on. Until recently, there's been a lot of mistrust in terms of who has the right numbers. Is it Parliament? Is it Minister of Finance? Is it Bank of Uganda? Is it us, the private sector? Is it civil society? So there was sort of a mix-up in terms of where you'd get good numbers. But the website, I've visited the Minister of Finance website. I think we need to give you, we commend you for good work and sharing information, which is very relevant at this point in terms of our debt dynamics. The other issue is efforts to cut expenditure. Recently, the PS came out with a statement cutting expenditure, no travel abroad, cars not being, suspending car procurements and things like that. All those are good efforts. Let that also continue. The public investment financing strategy that was recently launched is a good thing. However, I think more work needs to be done in terms of certain things that we have in our frameworks. PPPs, public-private partnerships, have been silent. We have a framework, but we have not seen fully optimization in that space. Maybe going forward, this is something that we need to look at. Fiscal consolidation is also a good thing. Let me also, as I conclude on the good things you're doing, the temptation to go to the capital markets, international capital markets, is a good thing. Our peers are suffering because of this. A few years ago, I was one of the advocates pushing government to go to the international capital markets. But now, I think I can revise my recommendation and say it would have been a bad thing. So PS and team, you've been very consistent on avoiding that. The other issue that you have avoided, and perhaps it's very important in terms of your macroeconomic frameworks, is printing money, avoiding seigniorage to finance your deficit. So this is also a plus which we give you with your team and government at large. So what are the issues that you're not doing right? Overly optimistic forecasts. Every year, we have failed to finance our budget fully. We have failed to meet revenue targets. But every year, you see a budget that is increasing. Last year, 2021, 2022, 45, now 50. We failed to finance the old one. Where are the resources going to come from to finance the 50 trillion forecast? So are we going to see reviews, budget reviews, or reduction in this last quarter? So this forecast needs to be aligned to realistic revenues that you are able to generate. At the institutional level, I think there is, we need to admit that there are gaps, weaknesses at every stage of the expenditure cycle. I think those need to be plugged. Budget overruns, supplementaries have already been talked about, emanating from political pressures. Those, I think, have to be managed as we go forward. The other issue, which is also critical, is prioritizing our financial needs. We know where we have come from. Part of the problems that we have today, in my own view, is because we front-loaded too many infrastructure projects at the beginning. It's good to invest in productive sectors of the economy, but you have to know that your envelope is limited. You can only take on what you can chew. So for me, I believe that we need to realign, match our borrowing needs, requirements with our investment plans, so that there is no mismatch. The other issue, of course, is the disbursements must be aligned to the investment timeline that we have. And of course, importantly, the maturity spread must be aligned to the investment returns of the projects. We cannot just do projects which do not have a good return just because of political pressure or balancing interests. So a proper business case for each project must be produced. I earlier on talked about PPPs. I think we need fully optimized PPPs framework. Then the other two last issues are restructuring and refinancing our debt. I think it's not too early to start thinking along those lines. The efforts that you have been doing in terms of bond switches to avoid redemption challenges are good, but you need to refocus and perhaps be able to look at how can this substitution of debt, also refinancing, let me put it this way, refinancing expensive debt and replacing it for longer term cheaper debt. When you look at our average time to maturity, on the external, it's about 11 years. On the domestic side, it's about 5.5 years. That is too short in terms of avoiding refinancing risk. So PS and the team, I think you need to keep your eyes on that.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Kabayo. Turning to your neighbor on the other hand.
I'm sorry, moderator, it took too long, but...
No, we're going to continue with that. But let me turn to Ms. Rachel Sewode. With your analysis and assessment so far, there was something that was mentioned, and that was a plan isn't a strategy. There's also something else that came through in our earlier conversations, that in one way or another, there's always the element of unpreparedness, first of all, to receive this help, the financial help, but then more so to actually implement it within the peppered framework. Why is that so?
Yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, in all your respective capacities. I join everyone else to thank the organizers, especially the Ministry of Finance, to bring the debt issue to a public discourse, because I think, if I'm not wrong, every time we come out with an economic update, we are talking about debt, and it's coming from it's coming from external partners bringing the issue to the table. But it's so important that this issue comes from internal, from government, so that it can be discussed. Thank you very much for the questions, but I wanted to also talk a little bit about the question of sustainability before I go to your question. I hope I'll have the time. Because as part of our work, we also do a debt sustainability assessment every year. It is part of our monitoring, probably because partly we are one of the biggest lenders or providers of finance, but it's also because of the, the development aspect. How is the country moving on, and how sustainable is the debt that it's acquiring is. Maybe one first issue is that, should the country be borrowing? That was a question, I think, that was put in one of the presentations. Borrowing is not bad. I think at whichever entity, economic entity that you look at, if you don't have sufficient resources, you can borrow. But what is important is, how do you use the resources at the end of the day, and how big is your debt? So when we do the assessment, our last one was for the financial year 2021. Apologies for being always late, but we have to wait for the numbers to come out before we can be as up to date as the ministry. But all the time we come up with these assessments, at least the last one was consistent with what the ministry has. And because we are following the same framework anyway, the low income debt assessment framework. So we come up with the same level of, we use the same framework. The numbers might be different a little bit. Last time we were talking of a debt level of probably reaching 53% by next financial year. you've seen the numbers, they are all below 50. One of the explanations, and thanks to government for the prudent macro management, you've seen the comparisons across countries, but one of the issues that wasn't mentioned is that I think the debt numbers are also, the GDP is much higher because there was rebasing. So all our variables have actually, that we compare to GDP, have actually gained in terms of becoming better, because the GDP increased, I think, by around 18%. If you are at 100, the GDP levels moved on average by 18% to 118. And when we do the DSA, it is not just a mere statement that it is sustainable. We raise issues about where are the issues, what are the vulnerabilities that we need to look out for. And one of them has been mentioned by many people. It is the ability to service debt comfortably without crowding out other important investments in the immediate term. Because you can be solvent, and that's what the DSA is talking about, because it looks a long-term view of what are the disbursements, what are the profiles of debt going to be, and how is the economy going to perform, how is GDP going to perform, what are the revenues, what are the exports. And then you bring it back together, you know, all those future flows, and you say, yes, you are able to. But in terms of the short-term day-to-day management of the budget, debt becomes a problem because it is consuming, what was the number you're saying, 40-something of our revenues. So that is something that we have to look at. And one of the reasons that came on board, you know, those charts, they can be easy to put up there, but when you come to connect them, he showed that the short-term debt, the commercial debt, all the other types of high-interest debt are increasing. The World Bank, apologies to talk about the multilateral, where I'm from, but at least that debt, if you take it today, you have 10 years, first of all, to pay it. So it's not impacting on your immediate day-to-day servicing of your debt. Secondly, you pay it over, if you got a child today, there will be adults and they will have children by the time you finish paying this debt. Or we can put it another way, that they will also be part of the problem because they will be paying. It has a maturity period of 38 years. And what does this mean? It means that as we substitute into the shorter term where you have to pay, like, I think some of the budget support you borrowed, you had to pay the next year. And the entire amount, you have to pay it the next year. It's high cost. So it makes the management, day-to-day management of the debt a bit difficult. And the other issue I wanted to point out is so what do we see as important if this is the issue? Of course, many, especially the PS has mentioned that revenue mobilization and the DRMS, and we fully support that, and the effort to put into more compliance. But what I didn't hear were the leakages that we have on the policy side. And these are the tax exemptions and how we manage these, because they are consuming 3 to 4 percentage points of GDP. So if we are at 14 today and we didn't have those tax expenditures, we would have been at the level of the average African tax effort, which is 18%. But we can do as much as we can in terms of compliance, in terms of making sure that I think we have the best in terms of tax policies. But if we don't close these leakages, then the revenue effort will still remain on the minimal. Then on the expenditure side, again, the measures to rationalize, to make sure that we cut expenditures are welcome. although those also have to be done properly in order not to hurt so much some of the sectors. But another critical issue, which I've only heard probably Mr. Kaboyo touch upon, is on the expenditure side. Most of the borrowing is for public investments. But Mr. PS, I didn't hear any mention in your remarks or the Minister of Finance's presentation about how to manage these projects. How do we choose the projects that we are going to invest in? How do we prepare them? And that comes to the question that she was asking. How do we implement them? Because at the end of the day, if you don't get a return on these investments, then we can't service the debt. At the end of the day, if you don't do these projects properly, they're supposed to be the catalyst. They're supposed to be close. First of all, we do them so that we can address the constraints that the private sector is facing. So if they are not, we've been investing for over 10 years. I think the first time we started to do an investment drive was 2008-9, for those who have been around. 2008-9, we ramped up expenditures in infrastructure. But when you look at private investment, what has happened? The presentation from Dr. Muhumuza and the other professor touched a little bit about that, but my issue is about, have we been able to actually invest and reduce the cost of investment for the private sector, reduce transport cost, reduce the cost of electricity? We can have it here shining, and it's not going off, which is good, but the cost at which the private sector is actually operating to get this power on board is very high and harming the investment that should be
all right.
Supporting that.
Thank you so much, Resho. Allow me to just pause you there before the lights go off, just in case they go off. Because we also have to hear from the civil society organization. Now, Richard, of course, with the improvement and consistency in the transparency and availability of figures to be able to do the comparison and contrast, and then do the assessment and evaluation where we stand as of this morning, something has come out, resource utilization versus the size of debt. And with the advocacy work that you are doing, with those two aspects, what's your response in terms of the implications on sustainability of Uganda's public debt?
Thank you very much. Richard Sewachirianga is my name. I no longer do advocacy, I do research, so apologies if I don't speak only. I speak in ways that don't represent fully what Julius wants to hear. But I'm going to still say what he wants to hear. First is I'm going to try and sort of bring this discussion down, because on my left, everybody has stayed in the economic field. And as you know, economics really translates into what happens in our pockets. So when you dip your hand in your pocket, that's where the economics actually should be felt. So many people watching, I'm sure, are wondering, what does all these terms mean that they are throwing around? So I'm going to try and just simplify the discussion and say that I think when we talk about debt sustainability, we've all talked about it, that as a country, as every country, we need to borrow. So it's not something that is new. I think the only challenge which Albert will have to agree with me is that these comparisons that they are making is what President Museveni once called, pygmies comparing each other and asking who is the tallest. Now, we have to be we have to be very careful with that kind of comparison. It looks good that, yes, we are one of the ones where our debt to GDP ratio is okay. But, I think we have to ask our questions. Are these the kinds of countries that we should be looking at as countries that we should be comparing ourselves? And actually, I think in economics, we also know that when you look at global economies, there are many countries where the GDP tax ratio is way into the 100% and whatever. But what allows them to continue to, work properly is the strength of their institutions, the predictability, the fact that they are not corrupt, or they manage their corruption, not that they are not corrupt. I think those are the things that we really need to look at. When you look at, for example, the presentation that Dr. Mhumza has just shared with us, he has been very clear. His last slide didn't talk about debt sustainability. It just took us to the fact that the things we need to do are really about how we manage the whole public sector. And these are going to be things where we have to be, I think the PS called it, where we have to do a bit more fiscal consolidation and make sure that we don't have as many excesses. I mean, we would love to see, for example, a simple indicator in this country is the sirens in this country should be coming from ambulances, not from police cars. It's just a simple indicator. If you look around this city and you listen to the sirens when you are in your car, it's highly likely that the person coming behind you is not sick, but he's a VIP. And that is a very small thing, but it tells you a lot about how much we are spending on our public sector that we must be reducing. So I think it is those kinds of very honest discussions that we should have around how we can cut those kinds of costs. We've talked about fleets of cars. I think that is something that will help, because the PS is going to get this money from us. It's not going to come from anywhere else. So in a sense, we must make sure that the sector, the public itself, is able to see the benefit. The other thing I wanted to mention, which I think is critical also, is Uganda as a landlocked country. I think we have to behave like a landlocked country. PS said that a landlocked country needs railways. That's very important for things to pass through. But also a landlocked country needs stable neighborhoods. Because if you are in a village and you pass through other people's gardens to get to your own, you better make sure that you have a good relationship with those where you pass. Right now, I think we don't have a bad relationship, but what is happening in the region, I think, should concern us, because it has quite an implication. Even if you look at the oil sector and where it's located, the geopolitics in that region means that we must create a regional political consensus around how to sort out the issues in the DRC. We now need to think about how to sort out the issues in Nairobi, while it may still be a one-day affair, but we have to start thinking about that. We also have to look at other global dynamics that are also very important for our own, as a landlocked country, but also as a low-income country. I think the actions of the parliament yesterday, while they were populist and they could be something that we love to hear, but it's going to be a very high cost for Ramadan to actually have these negotiations starting this week. We can hide behind our populism and put on our nice know this, know that, and walk around. But that's something that is now on our table. And it has a huge implication for debt sustainability. And we should realize that sometimes what we do at policy level has a huge cost on what happens in the economy. And yet, I don't think that the politicians were making those connections when they do that. And that is the same even with this Mabati fiasco that hasn't ended. That when you start having such things in the public sector, the kind of rating, confidence comes down. And that's not good for anyone who is in the sector. I think the other important thing, and also globally, is because we have to recognize that globally we have a lot of anger in the globe. There are many people who are drumming war drums. Ukraine, Russia, this, let us send tanks, let us do this. Very few people are speaking peace. And so we can't join that. We have to find a way in which we go into the location where we speak about how to create stability, how to create consensus. In Uganda, personally, what I keep calling for is some kind of elite consensus, where we sort of have people coming from different political divides starting to speak about what Uganda do we want and how should it look like. So that if you have even things like the parish development model, the energy that is used in Parliament yesterday should have been used in the parish development model, because I think if it was used there, it would have had a much better yield for us as citizens. So I guess that for me, it is to bring those, what you would call political economy issues, to bear on the economics. And I think that's where we should be coming to, especially in this discussion. So I guess that for me, those are the things that I would love to think about. This business of us running to the money lender to pay the bank is wrong. We have to do something about that. And I'm putting it simply because that's what people understand. When you have a loan in a bank and then you run to the money lender because you have to pay the bank. Because that's what we are doing. We are going to the commercial banks. We are going to the commercial banks and the commercial lenders who need their money quickly and at a high interest to go and pay those ones who need their money long term.
Thank you so much.
So we need to deal with those kinds of issues. But fundamentally, I think that debt sustainability can only be solved through looking at the political economy that surrounds how we manage our debt. Thank you.
And the political economy is actually very paramount. It's not as dangerous as, well, some of our leaders make it look. It's very, very much a good element in this discussion that we're having. When it comes to pygmies comparing themselves, who's taller? Maybe Charles, you're taller, to continue with this conversation.
Thank you, Priscilla. Very interesting discussion. And of course, when you talk about the moneylender and the bank analogy, I'm quite happy that we have the World Bank in the house. So before I open the discussion to the audience, I really wanted to speak to Rich about this, because you mentioned the issue of concessional loans that the bank gives. I mean, the 10-year period and the other benefits that come with it. And I think you can think about this, for response on how best can government engage, the bank for more concessional loans, so that we don't see the PSST going more for these kind of loans that Mr. Sewachirianga is referring to. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, we are opening the discussion to you all. So for any question, we're going to have a mic moving around. I've seen Mr. Katamba. So let me request someone to take a mic to Mr. Katamba. Sarah Biretti, we're happy to have you. I'm sure you have a question there as well. So we can have a set of 3 first. Let's keep them short and, brief.
Thank you very much. My name is Matthias Katamba. I come at it from the perspective of an average citizen watching in their living room today without the overhang of any institution. So quite a free mind, actually. First of all, I would like to thank all the presenters today. First, the PSST for elaborating the strategy to deal with the challenge we sit with today. But I want to just point out a few contradictions and then just highlight one aspect. Dr. Muhumuza, thank you very much for the presentation. The researcher, talking about the data on domestic borrowing not being separated. It's available actually in the booklet from Ministry of Finance. I found that a little bit disturbing, because later the researcher then went on to say that there was not enough evidence to show that that borrowing affects the private sector. But then later, Dr. Muhumuza, you talked about whether we are about to shoot ourselves in the foot with potential for crowding out. Well, we're already shooting ourselves in the foot, because your presentation also showed that borrowing rates from banks can't go really any further until government addresses its appetite, which is a fact that the researcher would have pointed out. The other one, again from the PSST, is on a statement about how we have done so well leading up to oil, that we are already avoiding the Dutch disease. I think we have not yet seen any of the impact of the potential for the Dutch disease. That is only possible until we strike first oil, and then you see how that sector really does impact the rest of the private sector. We have also spoken today like life is normal, like it was pre-2020. Yet in the PSST's presentation, we saw that between June 2020 and June 2022, debt to GDP went up from 41% to 48.4%. We should not be speaking about debt sustainability. For a country like Uganda, we should actually be speaking about vulnerability, because we're just one shock away from stage 2 to stage 4 and beyond. If that was the impact of COVID-19. Again, in the data we saw the jump for last year alone between February and April, the effect of Ukraine. Again, that further demonstrates the level of vulnerability for our economy. And I dare say not too sure how far we are from the next shock. We just might be in the beginning of it from our recent decisions, but also there is a time lag between what happens in the developed world and when it impacts our economy. So whatever we are seeing with SVB and all of that, the changing in market prices across the globe, that will also hit here. So we need to prepare and, if you like, buckle up. I just want to close with one thing. If you find yourself driving a car into a ditch by accident and you're helped out of that ditch, and you reverse, you call a lot of people to help you to come out, then after they've finished and gotten back to their work, you reverse back into the next ditch, into the ditch again. It's very difficult to call for help again. Debt forgiveness got us to a good point where we could begin to recraft. It was largely intended for us to then focus on the areas of vulnerability, particularly where poverty was hitting the worst, and debt repayment was affecting our ability to invest in those areas. What I will call the software, people. With one of the youngest populations in the world, if our public expenditure is largely on infrastructure, what I can call hardware, and in a presentation like today, there's little said about people and productivity and how this country will be able to work itself out if it's the private sector that will provide sustainability for the government to meet its obligations at the lowest cost, which essentially is the objective of debt management. Then we need another session to talk about how do we transform the human capital of Uganda. Because all the challenges that you get relate to the quality of people that you have. So to reduce vulnerability, I just want to argue that that's one area we need to focus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Points well taken, and I'm sure some will be covered in the submission of the PSST in the end. Sarah?
Yeah, thank you very much, our distinguished speakers and panelists of the day. Sarah Bireti is my name. I'm the Executive Director, Center for Constitutional Governance. I want to talk about 3 issues. And the first one is on strategies for creating more capacity to increase the tax base. PSST, in your presentation, you did talk about strategies for making debt sustainable. And among them, you highlighted efficient resource mobilization and cutting public expenditure. But I didn't hear more. I know that we have the parish development model, but I didn't hear more about strategies to expand the tax base by changing the lives of the people, as highlighted by Professor Barinywa. The parish development model is, if we take the first year as a pilot, are there efforts to review the challenges and re-strategize to make sure that it does not follow what has happened to previous similar projects? Or what are the other efforts in expanding the tax base in Uganda so that we can generate more revenue to cover our budget needs? My second question is on purpose of borrowing and the comparisons with our neighbors. When you travel to Kenya, Tanzania, you are welcomed with beautiful legacy projects of standard gauge railway. Dar es Salaam has changed face in the last 3 years. Nairobi has changed face, managed their traffic from the airport. And even though there are concerns about the cost of the express road to the airport in Nairobi, but the citizens appreciate that there is value in the borrowing for that project. What are we borrowing for? What are we celebrating in comparison with the neighbors? Are we celebrating poverty? Are we celebrating stagnation? We are supposed to be having standard gauge railway as Uganda. As we say, Tanzania is at 40, Kenya is at this. What do we have? What have we been borrowing for? We spend money in things like Ruowa Hospital, Bujagali Dam, the report is before Parliament, damming report on theft and corruption. We spend money on tax COVID vaccine. Of course, I'm trying to avoid the Karamoja iron sheets. But what are we celebrating as a country in terms of figures and comparisons? Can I hear something about that? And then, of course, as we compare debt, what is the debate on corruption? Debt, fiscal indiscipline, what are the measures to make sure that taxpayers have value for money? And as I conclude, I think we need to have a review of the projects that we are borrowing for as a nation and retire the non-performing projects. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. I think a number of questions and comments are going direct to the Minister of Finance, the PSST and team. If I may suggest that that can be done, when the PSST comes to do his wrap, and probably later. Now, for the questions that are directed to the panelists, those we want now, and for comments, for solutions, please, so we can have the gentleman over there.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Maurice Ekwang. I am an Assistant Commissioner Policy and Planning in the Ministry of Public Service. I have 3 very brief issues to put across. 1, let me provide solutions. People have talked about numbers. I want to bring it down a little bit to solutions. I would like to pick the investments we have made in the Albertine sub-region. Several billions and many more are still going in. Take, for instance, we have invested 280 million euros at that cargo airport. That cargo airport will bring in cargo from out and will go back empty. We will not load anything in the cargo plane that has landed and it has gone back. Now, here's the solution. Can we deliberately create a production corridor from Toro, Buganda, Bunyoro, part of Lango up to West Nile to produce basic things like food? At a time that the first oil will be ejecting out of the ground, the food requirement in that sub-region will be so massive that we will be compelled to import food, and yet we sit back comfortably and say we have comparative advantage in food production, in this case agriculture. So can that be deliberate? That is the solution. Create production belt in that sub-region. Point number 2. We are going to invest, since the final investment decision was signed not so long ago, we are going to see massive investment totaling between $10 to $13 billion in the region. But one of that investment will go into what we are calling the ECOP, the pipeline. Now, here is the catch, and here is the solution. Eco pipeline will be obsolete after our oil is depleted, which is between 20 to 30 years. That investment will be obsolete. It will be, it will be there, but obsolete. How about if we had put that very money, like PSST said, into the railway, we take our oil to the port, then we bring in reducing agent for our iron ore in Kigezi. So that even if we take out our oil and the last one has ejected out, we still continue to extract our iron ore from, which is our God-given wealth. So about $4-6 billion after 30 years is dead, gone. So it is something that possibly, if it can be reworked out, fair enough. Finally, when we look at our national investment plan, I took trouble to look specifically the national investment plan for before COVID, 17, 18, 18, 19. One single ministry without naming had 46 externally funded projects. 46 externally funded projects, all in the National Public Investment Plan, call it PIP. An assessment was done on this project and they are all performing at a margin of, in the region of 30 to 40%. One sector, 46, another one is also about 40 something. So, we may, as a solution, sit back and review these investments that yields for us quick return to create capacity so that we can repay this loan.
Thank you, Maurice.
It's not about just, borrowing for project X, projects, God, projects that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can pick, let's keep the submissions brief so that we give room for others to weigh in as well. Thank you. We can pick, oh, okay, you can, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. I'm Marius Obwana from National Planning Authority. Now, I just want to have two comments. The first one is on the debt GDP ratio. I've been counting, it was mentioned more than 80 times. Now, it's extremely dangerous to compare this ratio with other countries. What am I saying? This is just like oranges to mangoes. Now, you find countries which are doing better, developed countries, have their debt GDP ratio to over 200 or so. So don't make that comparison. The only thing you can compare is subtract the debt GDP ratio from 100, and that will give you what we call a approximator of the fear to borrow index. So you can only compare countries according to the fear to borrow index. And you fear to borrow because you're unable to service your debt. And that's when you can make meaningful comparisons. But the debt GDP ratio compared to another country would not make sense if you read through. That is my first contribution. The second one is on physical consolidation. Now, it looks that when we talk of physical consolidation, we only emphasize on expenditures. Cutting expenditures is actually productivity reducing action. Can I repeat? You are reducing productivity when you cut what? Cut expenditures. Because you cut activities which are supposed to contribute to production to zero. So the point is, physical consolidation, I would prefer what Rachel was saying. That is the tax exceptions that is very popular. This was a popular thing during the 90s when countries all over Africa were going for beauty contests in Western countries, and each of them had a package of incentives, I don't know how many. And it seems that this tax incentive syndrome is still continuing. But I tell you, it is a hemorrhage to the treasury, and does not add anything at all, because the countries which you are giving incentives to do not need them. I mean, the companies, they do not need them, especially the resource-seeking FDI. Whether you give them incentives or not, they will still come. So why bother? So I think we need to reconsider or revisit our tax exemptions as a big problem that we are having. And the last one, which I did not hear also, is we can actually improve or reduce on our debt issue through what we call efficiency gain. Now, efficiency gain is how you use the available resources that you have. Now, with efficiency, there are two components. The allocative efficiency, that is, allocate to areas which are productive and drive growth in the economy, number one. Number two, make efficient use of the resources you have, what sometimes they refer to as technical efficiency. So really, you can do a lot by making use of the available resources. And this does not require the Ministry of Finance alone. It may require the participation of the three arms of government. Somebody mentioned about some escort vehicles. Are you going to a war zone? I mean, exactly what do you fear? I mean, and if you add this, they may look small, but at the end of the day, aggregate will be actually a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Charles, I have one here.
Okay, great. Let's go.
Thank you very much. My name is Moses Mlondo. I'm from New Vision. My first question goes to the Secretary to the Treasury. You were explaining and you said much of the money that we are borrowing is going into infrastructure. But according to the latest report of the Auditor General for 2021-2022 financial year, the report indicates that about 4 trillion of the money that government borrowed last financial year actually went into funding recurrent expenditures. And that reminds me of a video clip I saw when Uhuru Kenyatta was about to get out of office, when he said, Kenya is not like the neighboring countries that are even borrowing for their recurrent expenditures. So that actually means that we have reached a level where we are now even borrowing to pay salaries. So I need clarification on this from you and what plans you have to get the country out of that embarrassment. My last question goes to the lady from World Bank, Rachel. You have said that you frequently do assessments on the sustainability of our debt, and I'm sure you also make assessments on the value that we get out of these loans that we keep getting from World Bank and many other international creditors. There was a report here that was, there was a probe on UNRWA, which was done by Catherine Bamugamirire, and it established that about 90 trillion that had been allocated to the infrastructure sector for roads, actually about out of 9 trillion, 4 trillion had been stolen. And that talks about the corruption that goes on, tendencies of inflating costs, and they showed the work that is done. And no wonder many of our roads that are constructed after a short period of time, they begin to develop potholes. I would like to know from your assessments and studies you've done whether Uganda is getting enough adequate economic returns from these loans that we keep getting from you, especially for infrastructure development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mlondo. So at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, if you allow me, we can hear from the panelists. We can start with Rachel, because that was a direct question to her. The other questions are directed to Minister of Finance and the PSST. Again, I'll beg that he answers them as he comes to, crown this event at the end. So Rachel, over to you, and probably you can also add my concern that I raised. Please.
Okay, thank you, and thank you very much for the questions. Yes, we do assess the debt, but do we also do assessment of the value of the borrowing? I think if I was to give a quick answer, I would say yes. And our concern is as much as everyone's. From one aspect, because we do support development and we want to make sure that whatever funds we are bringing on board actually create value. So you'll find that even we get, when we're doing our projects, we do try to do follow-up so that we make sure that our projects are actually implemented to the dot and to avoid wastage and loss of money. But overall, looking at just investment and borrowing in Uganda, I think it was 2017, we did produce a report about public investment management. And this was the question that it was actually trying to address. That if we are borrowing and investing, what is the return on investment so that it can be able to support and make sure that this debt is sustainable? What we found at that time was that we are not getting a good value, and for the reasons that I've already mentioned, because public investments are not managed properly. From the technical perspective, we can talk about this, feasibility studies, preparing, making sure that the processes are there. But the issue of wastage and inefficiencies, or in other terms, corruption, as some people have mentioned, especially in procurement, are also live. And we have to make sure that these are addressed, because these are the leakages that come out of what would have been a return on these borrowings. And that's why we probably don't see as good flyways as we see in Nairobi or Dar es Salaam, as has been mentioned by one of the Ms. Sarah. Then coming back to the question of how do we then help government to use the resources more appropriately, but also to get the concessional financing. The first question was also, I'll also combine it with the first moderator. It was about how do we prepare or support government to prepare and implement. All these issues are entangled and they relate to the same issue that I've been talking about. For example, for the World Bank, we've been, should I call it, or told, but we also know that the processes are quite long of getting the projects in place. But we also know that on the government side, the processes are not just long, but they are now growing. Because there has been a process of improving the way public investments work. Prepare the projects properly, take them to the development committee, clear them before they can go into the budget. But today we have an additional layers of processes that make taking any project through government quite difficult. So we are trying to work with government to see how do we make sure that these processes are reduced so that we can get value for money out of these projects. Prepare a project, get the right project first of all on board, and then make sure that you implement it so that you can get value. In the implementation side, there are quite a number of challenges, including capacity issues, including processes that are not very standardized across the board. But if we do improve capacities and clarify on the processes, I think we can get these projects and be able to tap into the financing. As of today, the World Bank has a portfolio of 5.6 and still counting, because AIDA 20 is yet to be fully allocated, but 5.6 billion. But when you look at already allocated to Uganda and part of the project portfolio, but in terms of implementation and disbursement, we are at 38%. So the entire almost 62% of the 5.6 is still seated, and you'll be strange to actually rush to allocate more or even to try to get more resources if the ones you have on the table are not actually moving forward. There is an allocation for each country, but if you show that you really need the money, those allocations are always, you can always get more money out of AIDA if you show that you are committed to getting more resources. Let me just comment a little bit on the issue of vulnerability and the fact that we don't just stop at assessing that you're sustainable, but look at the vulnerability issues and do stress tests. What if a shock was to hit Uganda? What would happen to date? And that is one of the reasons why actually the risk of debt distress was raised from low, where Uganda has been seated comfortably with very few other countries over the last 10 or so years, and it went to moderate. But when it goes to moderate, we don't stop there. Then we have to work with government, and we've done this, to see how do we make sure that you actually don't even pass this. You've shifted from a bad place to an uncomfortable place, but how do you not go into the debt distress issue? And this is where we request government to start thinking of reforms that are going to, one, promote debt sustainability. I think this activity is one of them, but also the publications that the ministry has been talking about. Two, to make sure that you don't borrow beyond a certain limit, and that is debt management. And then three is the issue of fiscal sustainability, and that touches both the revenue side and the expenditure side, and spending efficiently, that has been talked about. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Stephen and Geoffrey, you represent the private sector here. And when I see the DSA report and the presentation made by Dr. Muhumuza, you feature quite prominently there as the private sector. And there's, when we talk debt sustainability, government is counting a lot on private sector to actually fill in the gaps, you know, where debt is trying to, you know, drive activity. And the question that comes in, and I would like now to take it to the person out there in business, because PSST mentioned it, URA trying to, you know, fix all the gaps. But to the businessman, URA, the taxman, is becoming more and more aggressive. Now it presents a very interesting question, and that is a tough balance between meeting the targets of the taxman and protecting the private sector. I really want you to speak to that with a solution anchored mind. How do we balance, you know, meeting the tax collection obligations? In fact, one of the strategies that finance is proposing to actually ensure debt sustainability is wrapped up under the debt, rather the domestic revenue mobilization strategy. So how do we create a balance where we don't break the private sector and at the same time tick the box on targets? I can start with you, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Charles. I think when you look at our tax ratio to GDP, we have stagnated at around 13.5 for quite some time. And we rank almost the lowest in the region. I think where we have failed is basically reining in the informal sector. We have a huge informal sector that's not in the tax bracket. I think all efforts need to be focused in that regard. When you look at the tax register, I think we are probably running at about 1 million taxpayers in a population of, taxable population of, 20 plus million people. So efforts in terms of reining the informal sector. I will give a quick example. I don't know how many border borders we have, but we have millions and billions of border borders. You go at a crossing point, you cannot count. Those occupational groups need to be brought on board. Today, I think if you do a quick math and say every border in this town pay 50,000 shillings as occupational group tax, that's a huge capacity that you are creating. So I do not know what innovation we need, what technology we need, but we need to focus on reining in the informal sector that remains outside of the tax bracket.
Thank you, Stephen. Geoffrey, you can take it away from there as well.
Thank you. I'd like to approach this again from the solutions point of view. Let me continue with that thread from Stephen. Expanding the tax base is crucial. How do we do it? we need a conversation on this, but from where we are coming from, the key lies in mobilizing domestic savings. Debt is someone's savings. That's the simplest way to describe debt. Debt is somebody's savings. Now, to the extent that the price signal for mobilizing savings is poor, we need to have a conversation to move the savings rate from where it is now, about 3 points, to a rate which can attract someone to park his or her savings in a savings instrument or in a savings vehicle. It is as simple and as straightforward as that. Tax can only be unlocked, taxation can be unlocked, revenues can only be unlocked when households, business are investing. And business and household cannot invest unless they have savings. So this is an old discussion. We have previously been told when we were pushing this is that this is the narrative from our external friends that our homesteads are poor, they are dollar-a-day households, they cannot save anything, and that we do not have a savings culture. But at the same time, we do not have the savings instruments. The saving instruments are not there to attract domestic savings. So we need to deliberate, gang up together as a team, because it is a matter of mutual interest, and bring about these savings instruments in the economy. And we can do that. We can do that. Again, it is only through what Stephen has mentioned about the informal sector. You cannot bring the informal sector into the so-called formal sector by fiat. You can attract them. And you attract them through instruments. The commercial bankers here know very well how money comes into the bank and then promptly goes out, because it is not attractive for some types of funds to remain seated in a bank. People fear those deductions. People fear the questions that where is this money coming from, and so on and so forth. We must make it very easy and not punishable for money to come into the system. In conclusion, what we need to push for as a team is the strategy. The strategy is we need to work towards, there needs to be policy action, because this is a policy debate. We need policy action towards an 8% GDP growth rate year on year. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because it is achievable. It is achievable. There was some time in 1994 when, in an idle manner, we reached 11% GDP growth rates without much effort. That was just because at that point in time, Ugandans were feeling bullish. They were feeling bullish about the economy. They wanted to invest long. But that bullish feeling ran into the headwinds of stabilization, fiscal consolidation. Now, the question was, I remember that period very vividly. The question was, if government is shorting the economy, why should I take a long position? Let me also, maybe the government knows some risks which I don't know. So let's come together, because these things are doable. Let's work towards an 8% year-on-year GDP growth because that's what we call the jobs creating rate. Any rate below that is, frankly speaking, not very interesting. I can explain to you why. When you grow by the usual 4 points or 6 points even, and then our population growth rate is 3.2. For those of you who have done a little math, you are like somebody in a gym on a treadmill, but your feet is moving very well, but you are stationed in one spot. That's the best way I can illustrate it. You're on one spot, you're moving very fast, because the one cancels the other. Your population growth rate cancels your 6 points. So you are into what, again, we have described as jobless growth. But when you are targeting, and this is for our friends in the Bank of Uganda and Ministry of Finance, when you are targeting, your target rate should be 8% GDP points. Send us signals. Send us signals which enables us to empty our pockets and work in that direction.
Thank you very much, Geoffrey.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this moment, I will move to Richard on your submission to what has been said. But there's something you mentioned at the beginning that you're not here on advocacy. So I'll put this to you as well, a bit related to the private sector. The issue of compliancy. I know Stephen touched it a little. But of course, all this now comes down to how do we make Ugandans compliant? Do you think civil society has a role to play here? Because you sit between the Muntua 1C and government, you have the mind to interpret some of the numbers and the tables that finance was presenting here. So what role can you play?
Okay, so let me do this first, is to say, I think the Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group, which we formed many years ago, it's good that it's now a strong force. And as Julia said in the beginning, they are joining this because of the need to actually ensure that whatever advocacy is done is evidence-based. So what I'm hearing as key messages and takeaways for civil society that they can work with on taking this process forward. One is, I think it's Dr. Obwana Maris who helped us to say that let's use the right comparisons. Let's not get hung up with our debt GDP ratio, okay? So I think that's something that private sector can even investigate. Yesterday I was reading a book that was showing countries that have 144, 200% debt GDP ratio. So that means that as a country, let's take that discussion forward and see what can we do about the right comparisons that will help us to understand debt sustainability better. I think another message that I'm taking away is the whole question of ensuring that we have strong policies, regulatory processes, and systems. It seems as if we are all agreed that if we are going to do anything about debt in this country, the kind of ways in which government engages in any policy process will have to be thought through carefully. So, PSST will have to sit with the minister and have a conversation around how the speaker should manage the House so that it doesn't create an externality that will be of negative impact onto the economy, because that is something we must deal with. I think I like the idea from Stephen and from Mr. Obel around the whole question of bringing in the informal sector. And I think civil society has to do a bit more work in that. And I think I like the idea of bringing in the informal sector through attraction rather than through any other means. So I think the PSST now has to find ways in which he has an attractive process around the economic policies that Uganda is building.
so that those who are muntu wa wansi can actually feel the need to be supportive of government. But you see, when I see a government with sirens pushing me off the road, and the road has potholes, it's very hard for me to invest in that government. So in a sense, you need to do certain things that will make it attractive. And I think lastly is, I think we have also heard that actually there are resources in this economy that can be invested in this economy. So while there is a very interesting nuance in the report that says that we shouldn't be borrowing domestically, I think Mr. Obel was telling us that actually we should be borrowing domestically. So let's try and also do some analysis and say, how can we create those instruments that will help us to borrow domestically? So I see that these are some of the areas that we can latch on and we can take away from this process and build something much more richer for Ugandans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. And I know there's been debate, for instance, about pension funds being freed to support long-term investment. Stephen and Geoffrey, we've had these long discussions on that, and probably that could be one of the areas to look at. How do we access some of this money for long-term investment? Now, at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I'll invite Dr. Fred Muhumuza. There were some questions raised by Matthias over, the study, the research on the numbers. So he'll respond to that, and I will beg him to do the honors after the submission to invite Yassine to give us the wrap-up for the discussion.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Just a quick one. The numbers, the reason we have issues with the domestic data is because we are starting from 1989. And there, of course, much of the data you have is on government bonds, but also it is a conceptualization issue. We believe that arrears is dead. But some people do not think arrears should be captured in. Now, if you go in the 90s, you'll find it's arrears there. And that's why government at the time introduced a commitment control system to make sure people do not commit government when they have no money. Because once you consume that resource, you owe, legally and otherwise. So when we go behind there, we begin to find a lot of unstable data. That's what we want to pick up. And I hear people talking about the oil. I come from the oil region. I was there over the weekend. Unless we are going to ferry the oil by bicycles, there is not going to be a pipeline in the next 3 to 4 years. These are the shocks. You factor that in. Can we budget without oil? What does the picture look like? And the issues are really complicated. I don't want to get into them because that will be another conversation. Am I supposed to invite my co-partner in this crime? But I want to really appreciate the PSST for supporting this research work. PSST we really appreciate for keeping a hand on your roots and tasking us to do this work. This is an annual event, so every mid-March expect us to be in these conversations to support the Ministry of Finance to submit the budget they are supposed to submit to Parliament before 1st of April, but also we'll be coming back. Remember, if you have seen our logo at the MOBS Economic Forum, it talks about research for policy and practice. That is the cycle we keep playing in. We do research for policy to support the practitioners who are the private sector. Yassine, let's solve our crimes. A little bit of it in public, then the other one will settle in the evening.
What happened to you?
He's doing fasting, so you know who will win the fight.
Thank you, Dr. Fred. I'll probably invite you for iftar. This has been wonderful. We did not expect such a huge response. Actually, one of my colleagues with whom we were organizing this said, we've invited people at very short notice. The room is going to be empty. But even before we started, the room was actually overflowing. So I'm very happy to see you all here and keep it up. I'll just respond to a few things before I take it upon myself to invite the PS. I don't know if to give his wrap up. Of course, one or two people have said something about comparing with others. I must say that we do live in a globalized world where things that are happening elsewhere actually directly affect us. So it is very important for us to take stock of what is happening elsewhere If you look at the global financial crisis of 2007-8, it was sparked by the collapse of Lehman Brothers, a big investment bank in the US. But when Lehman Brothers collapsed in the US, you saw the contagion spreading to Europe, to Asia, and even to Africa. So these global events are very important. And maybe lastly on that, someone said something recently which was a bit sad but true, said there is hunger in Africa because there is a war in Ukraine. So people in Africa are going hungry because of that. So global events directly feed into our local life here. So I believe we should continue to take stock of those. There was something that was introduced to me, the fear to borrow index. This is something I've not heard of before. I've been doing this for quite some time in Uganda and elsewhere, but I'll continue to look it up. ECOP, we should instead build a railway. Unfortunately, I'm not an engineer, but to my untrained mind, I wonder about the feasibility of transporting all that oil. At peak production, we expect about 260,000 barrels of oil per day. And clearly, this would be a bit difficult to transport from Hoima to the coast, whether in Kenya or Tanzania, on a railway. But like I said, I'm not an engineer. There was an issue of debt overhang. Debt overhang means a situation where you have so much debt that you're actually unable to attract new debt, even for very productive investments. So you have a really good project. It is a sure deal, as the betting people say. But because you have so much debt and everybody fears to deal with you, nobody is willing to lend to you. This is what we call debt overhang. And I can assure you that we are very far from this. As a matter of fact, my colleagues from Ministry of Finance will tell you that we have a long queue at the ministry of people who are very willing to lend money to us. And we just have to keep vetting them and saying, okay, maybe next time. But we have a very long queue, so we have a lot of people willing to lend to us, and that also speaks to the sustainability of our debt. Rachel here is from the World Bank. The World Bank remains our single biggest creditor, and I want to assure you that some of these people, they do their analysis, they understand the situation, and they make these lending decisions based on the sustainability that they see. So if we weren't really, really sustainable, some of these clever people wouldn't want to give us their money. I want to conclude by talking about, the comparison between pygmies and yeah, so most of my comparison was indeed with peer countries. We like to call them peer countries because they're countries at the same level of development. We don't usually want to compare ourselves with countries at a very, very different level of development because their needs are different, their costs are different, and even their capacity to repay is different. So we try to compare ourselves with countries which are similar, where that comparison would make sense. But just for indulgence, I want to state a few numbers that are for the giants. So debt to GDP, USA, 96%, Japan, 263%, UK, 100.2%, Italy, 150%, and France, 112%. Over to you, Charles.
Well, thank you, Yasin. Like we mentioned at the beginning, that we are live on NTV and we are streaming also on our digitals. So we have some few comments coming in there, and one of them is Richard Vonzi is saying Uganda has potential to surge its growth without increasing its debt burden. What we need is a political desk that consumes ideas and advice of honest experts like Dr. Muhumuza. Muhumuza, you have a plus here. And not from street guys. I don't know what he means by that. Then we have Gideon is saying, hi NTV teams. The only challenge we are facing in Uganda for economic growth is the lack of discipline in our economic policy implementation, marred by corruption and some corrupt officials. So those are some of the comments coming out of the digital platform. So at this moment, I would like to invite Julius. Julius is going to invite our PSST to give the crowning of our dialogue today. Thank you.
you stay. Hey, thank you so much. Really, I'm really very happy that we have come to the conclusion of this dialogue, but also within time, because we really promised ourselves that we should finish time. I have a few remarks here, but PSST, really, it would be extremely unfair for us to summarize this rich discussion into a one-pager. As usual, if you would allow us, we'll definitely make you a very good report that we can follow up later and discuss it in full details. But two important things we would like your commitment on. One is your continued support for this next year at the same time, and maybe also at the same venue, to have this conversation go on. And last on our part is really to thank our panelists, but also our partners, Makerere University Business School. There are many civil society organizations out there who would have partnered with, but you chose to partner with us, but also NTV for being able to host us. On this note, let me take the opportunity to invite my partner in crime to be able to close this particular workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. Thank you very much, colleagues, for this wonderful dialogue. I think apart from other places, this is where I've spent the longest time ever since I got this job. It's very difficult to spend time, and there are many competing, but I had to, because I take this very seriously. Now, there are so many things I've written. I've listened very attentively. I've captured almost every single feedback, particularly those which are based on facts and critical analysis. And trust me, we shall follow up with them. But there are a few which deserve some little comment. Then I give you a few niceties, and we end. The first one, I think, who tickled me was the Dr. Obwana, because we've been having this guru in economics for a long time, and he has really brought it up. Stop comparing debt to GDP ratios, because they don't present the true position that we want to talk about. Well, you are right. Anyone who has been in a class at a graduate school knows GDP, first of all, is not a government resource. And yet it is government to pay back this debt. So it shouldn't be what we emphasize. But, Dr. Obwana, as you know, over time we have been talking about rising debt compared in terms of debt to GDP ratio. It has been an issue. Now that the data is showing us it's not a problem, actually it's not what we thought it would be a problem, now we are shifting the variables. It's not important. We wanted to first make it clear that actually it's not actually very important. For us, we are within the threshold, and we want to keep there, even in our Charter for Fiscal Responsibility. But definitely at the ministry, if you read the report, both the DSA but also the debt accountability reports, all of them, which we give to Parliament, we publish on the website, as His Excellency, Stephen Kaboyo told you, we have a number of other variables now which we track, other than the debt to GDP and even revenue, debt to revenue, debt service. We are checking more than just a number going forward. We want to look at the qualitative also aspects of this debt, so that we are in a full view of the default risk, and we make sure that we don't get anywhere near, and Yasin has told you, and he is telling you in Ramadan, so you can't lie. And our ability to service the debt, we are tracking all of these variables. The Director Economic Affairs, who the overall boss of Yasin, is there, and his main job is to ensure that this economy remains vibrant, and is the one who collects this revenue. So we want to be able to service this debt comfortably, so that we remain with enough money to invest in other things. Somebody was asking Sarah, what are those things you people are doing? Now, Sarah, I was telling her there quietly, the problem, she looks with only one eye. She closes one of the eyes because there are a lot of things which are happening. They don't need advertisement in this country, on which we have borrowed and invested. Sarah drives to the village, like many of you. You know how the roads actually have improved, the road network, except in Kampala. And in Kampala also, we are coming very big time to invest and revamp all of these roads, so that mobility, but also apart from roads, there are plans. I think the ED of Kampala and her team, they have told you, to get the public transport system worked on. They are there. All these will require resources beyond the tokenism, so that we can make our country also much more developed. So all of those variables, Dr. Obona, the net interest service and so on, we are now tracking them so that we stay healthy. Well, Dr. Obona, another thing you tickled me with was the investors. You said actually exemptions, investors don't want them. Why are we giving them? I want to tell you, and one of these days I'm going to ask you to come to my office. We work for just one day together. And you see, investors actually ask for exemptions. It's one of the requisite requirements. I have a full office there to evaluate these requests. There are people who are seated there. Their job is to look in so many requirements for this. You need to know your country very well. And you know, one major lesson in development is that everywhere is different. What perhaps works in Kenya, much as we are neighbors and we share a border, perhaps does not work here. We have a history which is not very clean, perhaps as other countries. You have a history where you have ever grabbed people's investments. You tell them you are no longer owning this. Imagine you guys, you have some of your small investments, just your house where you stay. Somebody comes and says, from today, it's not yours. We have that history here. How many countries in the world have ever done that? That affects us. So there are certain things we have to do to get people here to trust us, to invest with us. We give them free land. We give them very generous tax incentives. But now what we are saying, going forward, and we have already put in place a plan, and we are implementing it beginning this coming financial year, a plan called Tax Exemption Rationalization Plan, to rationalize these exemptions, not to stop them, but number one, to put in place a criteria for accessing them. Number two, to put in place a tracking system to ensure that what an investor commits to do, he does it. You don't do it, we stop. Even we may collect from you. Number three, we are putting in place sunset clauses. Those who know, and Dr. Bona, you know this. These incentives are not perpetual. At a certain point, they will end and you have to pay tax, and so on and so forth. So what we are saying, these exemptions are not bad. Countries, all countries around the world have used them. Nobody should ever lie to you. I'm a student of industrial policy. And it's the last job I did before I joined here. No country on earth has ever developed without giving these things. But the difference is the discipline of tracking them, of ensuring that you execute them the way you have planned them. If an investor says he's going to use local raw materials, he's going to create jobs, he's going to do so and so, he must do such things. That's the discipline perhaps we have been missing and we are putting in place. Then I can't avoid the question of new vision, because, you know, a journalist, when you don't answer his question, he will feel very bad. You know, journalists are taught to look at everything as glass half empty, not half full. Now, he's saying the last 2 years we borrowed. I think he was looking at Yassini's graph, that borrowing, and he was quoting also some leaders of nearby countries. You know, Uganda, by the way, if you didn't know, Uganda is a star performer when it comes to macro variables. We are benchmarked every day by all our peers, without exception. This one I want you to know. So wherever you hear these things of a neighbor whose leaders talking, just know they are talking about other neighbors, not Uganda. That one I want you to know. Having said that, so these things of, you know, ensure us that you are not borrowing for recurrent. Where are you putting the money? Please, I've told you we borrow mainly here for development. Do we have enough money here we generate locally to finance our recurrent expenditure? The last 2 years, why there was a slight jump in especially this money we got from banks, Yassine explained it. Because we had a revenue shortfall. We were not collecting revenue when the economy was in lockdown. But the state had a responsibility of keeping all of us alive. How? By, first of all, locking us down, and we stay home. You know, that was a full-time job of the state, to keep us home from danger. People wanted to smuggle themselves, go to a friend to have a house party during COVID. So we spent money on security institutions to keep Ugandans locked down. Number two, to treat those who are getting sick, and also to ensure that we can get enough of supplies for those who were vulnerable. Food, medicine, and so on. And you saw all of those things. So I don't want to belabor that. That slightly led to that. And it was a temporary thing, gone. Now we are saying every money that we borrow, and you know, our borrowing is transparent. I don't know why even it is there or no. And that's why I was telling my people, don't take these things for granted of just that you have printed documents. Ugandans are busy with other things. They don't read documents. Please bring them, give them Trend TV, and we show the Ugandans where every single coin of theirs goes, because that full accountability must be done. Now, I want to conclude. There are, of course, so many other people who have raised issues. I've noted them. Maybe my friend Matthias Katamba. Matthias, we are investing in people. Uganda invests in people. The Human Capital Development Program claims the largest share of the budget of Uganda. It's the single program taking 28% of the budget, of the discretionary budget, the money which is available for us to distribute around. And it goes in educating Ugandans, in keeping the safe water flowing, and in health care. I know it's not enough. Perhaps we need to double that money, because Uganda is a younger country, as you have said. You know, half of Ugandans are children below 14 years. Therefore, government has to spend on all of them, immunize them, treat them, keep them in school. That is disproportionately, you know, a different story from, you know, elsewhere, perhaps, where the population is much older and working and fending for themselves. So I wanted to assure you that we are investing in people, only that it is not observable, and observable investments are quite difficult to account. You only account, you know, after generation, maybe. And this is also the story Rachel and her team are helping us to look into. How do we get these things tracked when you are investing in human capital, and are you getting results, and so on and so forth, you know? Because we want every Ugandan to have the maximum number of years of schooling, 18 years of schooling, and the cost there is quite huge. So when you look at the proportion of the budget spent there is big, but the unit kind of expenditure, you'll find that it is much lower than perhaps the peers, because of also the number of the younger people you have to invest in. Sarah, PDM, we are suffering from past failure. For me, it is what they call a past failure syndrome, that you start to fear to move, and also to have people account before even they have started. Like a PDM is just starting. People want accountability of a program which hasn't even rolled out. Give the program a chance, support it, ensure that we work on, because this is a very well-designed program. It's not just throwing money to people. That's why actually people thought we were going to throw money at them. I said, no. There are other things which must be in place. I was in Parliament, and my MPs were asking me, one of the chairpersons of a very critical committee, I don't know whether he's in the room, was asking her, PSST, how is PDM? You know, for us here, whenever Anyone talks about PDM, people just laugh. I said that's the first major achievement of PDM, that people who are not supposed to be the beneficiaries are laughing at it because they were ready to capture it, and that elite capture has been contained. We are saying let the money go direct from the treasury to these circles, and then we check those circles in the parish. Who are the members? Are they the elite of the village? In my village there in Butambala, in a parish called the Castles, there are some elites who had registered themselves. So they told me, it was my mom telling me the other day, now they lined them up. They said, you come, all of you, to vote for the leadership of the circle. And they threw out all of the elites. Now the circle is for the intended, targeted people. So, if that is what is delaying the distribution of money, and as people come, you say the rains are going. Yeah? The rains will come back. Don't rush us. Let us do the right thing. Let the money go to the right people doing the right thing. Even those right people should be doing production, not buying blankets, and so on. So the PDM, I want to assure you, it will follow those footsteps. There are, of course, challenges which we shall face. But you know, a very good effort, a very good kind of program like this even deserves some lower level of inefficiency. No problem, as long as at the end of the day we achieve what we are intending to achieve. All other things, I want to assure you, we are going to work on them. So please finance, and this one we discussed it. You have heard, Sarah has told you, show us, where is the money that we borrow go? Where is it going? So, Sarah, we are going to make a full accountability. And when my minister comes to present the budget, they will show you first accountability of where the other money which we have spent has gone on those infrastructure and other things, even those which are invisible, like security, like health, even happiness. Ugandans, you are happy, relatively happier, although we think we are sometimes so badly off. Now, I want to end with the key aspect of corruption. Fighting corruption. It has come. And it's a very good message to us in the government. But I would want us Ugandans to just stop talking about things and we devise practical ways of dealing with them. For example, this issue of corruption. We need to ask ourselves what works in the fight against corruption. Research is clear. These things which some of them we are doing here don't work. I will tell you from research because I'm a researcher. Number one, decentralization does not fight corruption. Does not work. It actually perpetuates it. You decentralize not only services, you also decentralize corruption. Salary increases without contextual factors worked on. The training of workers, ensuring that they are accountable and so on, of public servants, doesn't work. Anti-corruption institutions don't work. IG, the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, CID, these things don't fight corruption in countries. Just to add on, democracy, social accountability, civil society, let us dress in black, and those things don't work. Don't fight corruption, I'm telling you. So what works? What works, what countries have used to fight corruption and they stamp it out? Number one, e-government. E-government works to ensure that you reduce public officials from having a lot of discretionary power. You need to automate government. It works. Number two, procurement reforms. Ensure that you automate procurement. I've talked about this again and again. If we start to procure, like I said, I think in this very room, as we do on WhatsApp group, that WhatsApp group is very transparent. When you're in a group, as one member is typing, all other members are seeing that Obona is typing. They even say, Obona, what are you typing? For now, 5 minutes you have been typing. Eh? You see there, Obona is typing. When he clicks enter or send, and it goes, then he realizes there is a mistake. Quickly he deletes. It leaves there a trail. Obona has deleted. You ask, what did you delete? Full accountability. And so that kind of transparency is what we need in procurement. But this tendency of sitting in rooms, procurement done there in the corner of Serena Hotel, that's a disaster. It's perpetuating corruption. Big infrastructure projects being procured in small rooms. We need to put it on a platform to ensure that there is accountability. The same with our financial management and so on. They should all be automated. People shouldn't touch money. Special and forensic and performance audits work in fighting corruption, especially when you implement their recommendations. They work. Effective budget tracking and public financial management works. Stopping illicit financial flows works. The way banks are now tracking our money, it works. I want to tell you, many of our corrupt people in Uganda at least have stopped using the banking system. Now it will become, you have cut off one finger. It becomes easier now to find them in the future. And you wait, you will see. The last one is, this one is a bit controversial. Researchers thought that appointment of women in trust-demanding positions would work. Huh? Why? Because women by nature are known to be risk-averse. And corruption is considered as risky, corrupt behavior is risky. Also, we thought that women had more social pressures against taboo. When a man and a woman commit a mistake, society tends to condemn the woman more than the man. Even recently, I've had some comments. Also, we thought that women are excluded from the old boy networks, which tend to breed corruption. Now, that was research in the past. Maybe we need to also update that research going forward. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for responding to this call by Makerere University Business School Economic Forum, my ministry, and CSBAG, as well as our partner for these kind of conversations, NTV, and be part of this wonderful conversation. We have listened, we have gotten feedback, we are going to improve. I want to commit to you that we have had very good takeaways here. At least now we know by consensus, Ugandans know borrowing is not the problem. But where you put that money that you have borrowed, how you account for it, but most importantly, to ensure that you don't overborrow. We also know, and we knew already, that our public investment management, which we are working on to improve, is a very good bet in improving our performance on the debt that we are getting. And most especially, we know that we must continue to pursue those areas which are going to grow the economy, because growth of the economy and its expansion is one way actually of managing debt, because you've already generated more money to be able either to get more revenue or to pay the old debt. We are also knowing that we need to cater for political economy issues, not just the technical issues alone. So we are going out of this room with the commitment to improve and continue to improve on our discipline, the discipline of prioritization, the discipline of budgeting, the discipline of execution, the discipline of accountability, and all of it summed up with the discipline of effective listening and conversations that are sober, well-informed by facts and data. I thank you very much for coming, and I wish you very good Ramadan. Those who are fasting, those who are going to have lunch, please have your lunch. Thank you so much.